We completed our executive session, but there was no action to report here. So we will start or resume our public business meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will have our student execution.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Emergency evacuation procedures. Please make note of the exits, and if in case of an emergency, please leave in an orderly fashion as quickly as you can through the exit to the outside. This is a smoke-free and vape-free school district. Smoking and vaping is not permitted in the building or anywhere on school grounds. This is also a hate-free and bully-free school district. We'll go now to the board consent agenda C.
Thank you. Thank you, President Hayes. A couple of notes to the audience here. First, the staff Wi-Fi for all the staff members out there in the audience have to be shut off during the board meeting because it makes too much traffic for our broadband. And it makes the stream unstable. So same procedure that we have during conference days. Secondly, I just wanted to say to the public that there is no direct screening to the actual presentations. The meeting is being streamed live. We will upload our presentations to give access to people at home to look at them. But the stream is just going to show the auditorium. It will feature the screen behind me, but the actual presentation doesn't get directly streamed. And again, I apologize for the inconvenience of no food or drink. We're also abiding by that rule, but not having any food or drink here, so I appreciate that understanding. So with that said, moving on to board consent agenda, the administration recommends the approval of board consent items reflected in Schedule C1 through C4.
C1 through, I think maybe I need to refresh that. C1.
I'm sorry, C1 through C3. My apologies.
Is there a motion to approve items C1 through C3? A motion by Vice President DeLillo, second by Trustee Calderon. Questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And our remote board member, all in favor? Yes, it's unanimously approved. Now we're on to Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Hayes. All right, I want to welcome everybody to the March 13th Board of Education meeting. I'm going to get right to it by first going over snow days. I've already covered this in our last meeting with regards to how snow days work in terms of our requirement for providing a certain number of instructional hours for our students and staff. Really the point I want to make today is after applying for two state waivers that represent February 23rd and February 24th, we are certain that we're going to be granted a waiver for February 23rd. The waiver for the second snow day is yet to be determined by the State Education Department. And in fact, in correspondence received from them, they indicated that they would give us a response in August, which obviously is beyond the school year. So as it stands now, because we actually used 3 snow days this year, that necessitates our being open on our first snow day, which is Friday, May 22nd. Obviously, if that changes, I'll be the first to communicate to our staff if there's any changes in that. And then today, to make up the lost instructional minutes, we will be open on Friday, May 22nd, which is a Friday before our Memorial Day break. Then before we begin the discussion tonight, I am going to go over some budget sort of Terry updates. I want to acknowledge that there are understandably very strong emotions in the room and throughout our community. I want you to know that I not only appreciate those emotions, but I truly empathize with them and feel them as well. These conversations affect people, programs, and a community that many of us care deeply about. While we've posted a significant amount of information on our district website, including our external audit, I also recognize that people are still asking a very simple and important question: how did we get here? The explanation I'm about to share is not my characterization of events. It comes directly from the findings of our independent external auditors, whose report is also posted on our website for anyone who wishes to review it. I'd like to read a brief excerpt from the report so our community can hear, in straightforward terms, how the situation has been described. This is straight from our audit report. Budget estimates for several expenditure categories were not sufficient to cover actual 2024-2025 spending due to a combination of ineffective budgeting practices and unanticipated cost increases. Key areas of underestimation included central services, teaching, regular school, programs for students with disabilities, occupational education, teaching, special schools, and employee benefits. The lack of accurate projections and timely corrective action resulted in the district's internal controls over budgeting and expenditure monitoring being ineffective in 2024-2025. I don't know how else to say it other than what was captured in our external audit. As superintendent, I understand that the responsibility for the district ultimately rests with me. I don't separate myself from the financial situation we find ourselves in today. At the same time, I want our community to know how deeply I care about South Country and the people who make it such a special place. Over the past 3 years, we've made meaningful progress in so many areas in our district, and it's unfortunate that the financial challenges we're facing can now overshadow that work. That said, what matters most is how we respond. I remain fully committed to the community, to being transparent about the challenges before us, and to working with the Board of Education and our entire school community to put the district back on a stable path moving forward. And with that, I want to talk a little bit about what we've done so far to provide an update on the budget process. This has all been shared already. One of the first things we did was secure the services of Mr. Belmonte, who comes with 35 years experience. We expanded the scope of our external audit to provide more comprehensive analysis of our budgetary practices, etc. We're still developing a 3-year fiscal recovery plan that we'll revisit at a later budget presentation to show that progress and some of the things that we're thinking in subsequent years. On Tuesday, February 3rd, we met with Ira McCracken from the State Comptroller's Office for an initial meeting to establish a working partnership with the State Comptroller's Office. In addition, the district is still continuing its collaboration with the Comptroller's Office. We have a set of 7 auditors in our district office every day, monitoring our budgetary practices, gathering information with our full cooperation and collaboration. We're also actively reviewing asset utilization, including property and facility use, to ensure alignment with current enrollment and projected trends. And we're awaiting the results of a long-term demographic study to inform decisions related to leasing or the disposition of space. What this means is we are going to have to look at the organizational structure of our school district and make decisions in the future. Decisions of this magnitude can't be made in 1 year. It takes some planning and some research, but we are starting that work now to potentially propose things next year for the subsequent year. Also, as part of our ongoing budget work, any consideration for staff reductions, I want to say, is approached thoughtfully and with a clear focus on limiting impacts on class size and maintaining the academic programs our students rely on. And the district is currently involved in an advanced phase of budget development and will present information once it's become thoroughly reviewed at a community town hall type meeting planned for April 29, 2026. We want to be sure that all of our information is accurate, everything's been vetted, every choice has been contemplated and discussed with our Board of Education before we have a meeting so that we can answer questions from our community in the most appropriate and correct manner. To provide an update of where we're at now, in pursuit of the special act legislation that will help us finance this operating deficit, the district and our administrative team have already met with Senator Murray, Assemblyman DeStefano, Talia Lai, who works as the governor's office liaison, John Giambattista from SED, who's working on our behalf, Melinda Person, who is the president of NICET, Ira McCracken from the comptroller's office, which I mentioned before. And we've also reached out and contacted Assemblywoman Casey and Senator Martinez, who represent the majority in our state government, just to make them aware of the special act legislation that we're pursuing, because the focus and the idea is to have it included in the governor's budget, which will be released in August. In an effort to mitigate the projected operating deficit, the district has been working with our team to find additional reductions, again, with the objective of not having any significant impact on our programs and our strategic plan. And finally, in the development of our initial draft budget, we have incorporated targeted staff reductions that reflect both declining enrollment and the need to address our operating deficit. These adjustments are again being made carefully with the goal of preserving academic programs our students rely on to the greatest extent possible. And before I start discussing our proposals, I want to again emphasize that we're facing extremely challenging times that call for extremely difficult decisions. None of these decisions come easy, especially when we consider not only the potential impact of our programs, but also the very real impact on the people who are affected by the actions we must take. These are members of our school community who have contributed greatly to this district, and that reality weighs heavily on all of us. At the same time, our responsibility is to ensure that the district returns to a sound financial footing so that we can continue providing our children with the best possible learning experiences. Ultimately, that is the purpose behind all this work. It's also important to remember that this is an ongoing budget development process. What we will share tonight represents a comprehensive snapshot of where we're at as of March 11th. As the process continues, the budget will continue to evolve. Our goal tonight is to provide the Board of Education and our community with as much information and transparency as possible. To that end, I want to share information regarding potential staff reductions, but before doing so, I think it's important to first review the reductions that occurred during last year's budget process and the impact those decisions have had on our district this year. So last year, when we proposed a 25-26 school budget, we engaged in staff reductions that resulted in an overall reduction of 53.5 FTEs. You see the breakup down on the screen above. Some of these reductions occurred as a matter of accessing or retirements or separations. Others were vacancies that were just not filled. But ultimately, the difference between our staff in the 24-25 school budget versus 25-26 was a total reduction of 53.5 staff members. We shared this information at a prior board meeting. The effect of our class sizes, and these are our current class sizes at our elementary schools. Mind you, the chart on the bottom left corner are averages at each of our elementary schools at Kramer, W. Pritz, Brookhaven, and Franklin Long. And the bigger chart actually shows section sizes as of November of this year. And that represents all the sections in the elementary schools. In terms of our high school, our class averages at Bellport Middle School range anywhere from 22 to 23. Obviously, there are outliers, but those are the averages. And at the high school, anywhere from 22 to 23, or 24 rather, classes as well. And these class sizes were based on non-elective courses, including advanced courses at the high school. In terms of the effect on programs, in terms of our academic programs, with the exception of French as a second language and the reduction in library services in our elementary schools, we maintained all of our academic program offerings this year, reflecting continued commitment to preserving the instructional opportunities, instructional supports, and learning experiences available to our students. And I wanted to include a picture of our French class because, again, there is value in all these decisions that we're making and some of these programs we have to contemplate not continuing. In addition to that, in terms of extracurricular activities. Extracurricular offerings were also reviewed and adjusted based on student participation. We did reduce the number of clubs this year during our mid-year reductions. The clubs at Frank P. Long in our secondary schools were reduced, as I just said, but we've maintained our music and fine arts programs, grade level field trips, intramurals, and our athletic programs to date. Again, this is basically the result of staff reductions that we experienced in the last year. In terms of student achievement, which is the last piece I want to cover, again, based on the 53.5 reduction in FTEs. While class sizes have increased in some areas, as I just noted in the previous slide, we've seen growth in student achievement. This reminds us that while smaller class sizes can be helpful, they are not the sole driver of student success. In previous years, even with smaller classes, our outcomes were not always where we wanted them to be. What matters most is the quality of instruction, targeted interventions, and how effectively we respond to student needs. And this is all the good work that our teachers have been doing over the last year, which have manifested in some results. And I can only speak to results up to this point in the school year. In terms of our national assessment and benchmark assessments, we're talking about our NWEA MAP assessments reflecting gains in reading comprehension, vocabulary, and analysis of complex tasks. This growth indicates that students are essentially strengthening critical literacy skills needed for success across content areas and continued progress towards secondary readiness. We've seen growth in almost all of our grades, with the exception of with the 5th grade at this point, which has been pretty flat. In terms of our high school students, we had 1 administration of regents in January. You can see the growth exhibited by our January administration of our ELA regents. The growth exhibited by our Algebra 1 administration of the regions in January as well. The 86%, again, also includes appeals, which were included also in the prior year's administration. One of the things I want to emphasize about this administration of Regents exams is that all of these students have a second opportunity to take that Regents in June. So we're showing growth in achievement despite the reduction we had last year. But as we look ahead to the upcoming school year, the reductions we're projecting, again, are being made for one primary reason: to close the district's operating deficit and to return the district to a more stable financial position. Before discussing the specific reductions, I want to emphasize that we've been examining a wide range of cost containment measures in an effort to lessen the impact on our staff to the greatest extent possible. This has included reviewing discretionary spending, operational efficiencies, and other areas where we can reduce costs without directly impacting people. At the same time, we also have to confront the reality of declining enrollment. As our student population changes, we have a responsibility to align staffing and resources accordingly, while still maintaining the programs and supports our students need. This process did not begin with tonight's discussion. In fact, earlier this year, we began taking steps toward mid-year reductions in order to start addressing the district's financial challenges. Even with those actions, however, additional reductions are necessary as we build next year's budget. None of these decisions are easy, but they're necessary steps as we work to close the operating deficit and place the district again on stronger financial footing for the future. I want to start with a review of our mid-year reductions. Again, this slide was shared in a prior meeting. The reductions reflected on this slide represent the first phase of our 3-year financial recovery plan, and were implemented mid-year to begin addressing the district's operating deficit. In total, these adjustments represent approximately $390,000 of expenditure reductions, achieved primarily through position consolidations, vacancy management, and program adjustments aligned with student enrollment. Wherever possible, we focused on not filling vacant positions and restructuring existing roles in order to minimize disruption to our students and staff while preserving the core of our academic programs. All of this has already happened. As we review the reductions that will be proposed tonight, it's important to recognize what they truly represent. These are not simply line items on a spreadsheet. They represent people. They represent colleagues who dedicated themselves to the district, and who have truly done amazing work for our students and our community. Quite simply, the staff members impacted by these reductions have been fantastic. Their contributions to this district have been meaningful and significant, and their impact in our schools is undeniable. That's what makes this process all the more difficult. Anytime there's a separation from staff, it's never easy. But when you're faced with the reality of separating from individuals who have been so impactful and so committed to our students, it's honestly devastating. It's devastating for us as leaders, for our community, and most importantly, for the individuals whose lives are directly affected. We don't take the human impact of these decisions lightly. We understand that behind every position is a person, a family, and years of dedication to this district. This reality weighs heavily on all of us as we move through this process. At the same time, we have an obligation to take the steps necessary to place the district on stronger financial footing for the future. Balancing that responsibility with the real human impact of these decisions is incredibly difficult. And it is something none of us approach without a great deal of thought and care. So, when we look at the proposed staff reductions for the 26-27 school year, we're looking at another reduction of 55.5 FTEs. These include retirements as well as excessing. In terms of the effect that these reductions, in terms of the impacts this will have on class sizes for the 2026-2027 school year, these are the projected class sizes for our elementary schools that still remain relatively small when compared to other school districts on the island. In terms of the impact it has on class sizes on secondary schools, this is the anticipated class sizes that we'll be projecting for the upcoming school year, with classes ranging in the size of 26 to 27 in elementary schools, and 25 or 24 to 27, 28 in the high school. One of the things I want to point out about the elementary school sizes, the reason that we can't go any larger is basically how our schools are configured. Because we have community-based schools, for example, if you have 60 students in a grade, you have to run 3 sections that are going to be at 20 students per section. There's no way of decreasing that size. That's what we have to look at the overall structure of our school district. What I want to emphasize is the financial impact of this. This will be shared in our budget presentation by Ms. Belmonte, but even with the proposed reduction of 55.5 FTEs, the net reduction of expenditures for our school district is still only $200,000 because of increases in fringe benefits. This is what makes this process all the more difficult. And while we're taking responsibility for the financial challenges within our control, it's also important to acknowledge that there are external forces affecting school districts throughout our region. Through REFIT, which is an organization that is actively advocating for changes at the state level and that will provide greater financial stability and fairness to school districts like the South Country, I wanted to share some of those external forces and how they sort of affect the South Country Central School District. This past week, we got to enjoy visiting a legislative breakfast that was hosted by REFIT. REFIT stands for Reform, Education, Financing, and Inequities Today. It's an organization that's been around for a number of years, that's been advocating for public schools and fair financing for years. There was a presentation by David Little Esquire, who's on the board of directors, as I am for this organization, who's been articulating some of these challenges that basically school districts are facing. So in the process of this legislative breakfast, questions were asked of our legislative representative that were in attendance. Our first question was, one of the most discussed topics and priority annually is foundation aid. The governor proposed a 1% increase in foundation aid for safe harbor school districts, which we are, which equates to 68% of districts on Long Island. What are the discussions for either an increased percentage or other factors that would boost or modify school aid in any capacity? Basically, all of our legislators said they're advocating to have an increase in foundation aid. Foundation aid remains one of the most important revenue sources for school districts like South Country. When increases are limited to just 1% for many Long Island school districts, it makes it really difficult to keep pace with rising costs and places additional pressure on local budget and taxpayers. To give her, for instance, that 1% increase does not come close to rises in inflation, CPI, so it forces school districts to make tough decisions. The second question that was asked of our legislators was that many services that were provided to students, including supports tied to special education and academic interventions, rely in part on federal funding. If those funds are reduced or eliminated, districts like ours would face significant financial pressure to maintain those services for students. And so basically, in terms of federal funding, the legislators' response is they don't foresee any reduction in federal funds. The state has sort of committed itself to matching those funds if they should be reduced. But again, the state legislators are advocating on that behalf. The next question that was asked is one that's going to be really crucial for our district and neighboring districts, is the idea of charter schools. What we expressed to our legislators during that meeting is that charter school initially emerged in New York City approximately 2 decades ago. The model continues to migrate across the suburbs of Long Island, specifically within vulnerable and impoverished districts. Their accountability and methods of practice and teaching differ significantly from public school models. Further, charter school financing continues to be a controversial topic and significant financial stress for many school districts. Several Long Island districts spend tens and nearly hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to finance charter school enrollment. What are your perspective on charter schools and the need for reforms? I think in terms of us and our legislators in attendance, we're all on the same page. Charter schools operate quite simply in a different structure than traditional public schools, but their growth can still have financial implications for districts. In areas where charter enrollment expands, districts can see resources diverted, which adds additional strain to already tight budgets. One of the speakers at this meeting was the superintendent of Uniondale. They're spending 8% of their overall budget on charter school tuition, which we fund. Charter schools are basically private schools that operate within district boundaries or not, that schools districts finance. Our cost projected for next year for charter school enrollment is going to top $800,000. This is something we definitely have to continue advocating for. And finally, the question was asked about health insurance. Has there been any discussion at the state level to help mitigate health insurance costs? Approximately $45,000 for the night shift family plan will provide any sort of aid to districts so they don't impede on the district from reallocating instructional funds or otherwise. When we see the sharp rises in health insurance costs, which continues to be one of the fastest growing expenses for school districts, when those costs increase significantly, it limits the resources we have available to invest directly in classrooms, programs, and opportunities for students. So I want to thank President Hayes and Vice President DeLillo for joining me at this breakfast and for conversing, and especially thank you to Senator Murray, who's always been supportive of our school district, who's also in attendance, who's also continuing to work closely with us when it comes to our special act legislation. What I want to say now is like all these factors coupled with the financial struggles that we have, our operating deficit, are real challenges. But what I want to share moving forward in my presentation is not to deflect from any of this. It's to basically capture the fact of what we're working so hard to preserve. And these are our student programs. First and foremost, I want to give a highlight to the Belport High School for all of their observances during Black History Month. This particular student-run assembly was inspiring and empowering for our students in attendance and our staff. I want to thank Mr. Robella Green and Sal Finitario for being the co-advisors of this club, for producing such a wonderful program. And also as part of Black History Month, we had Belport High School invited members of the Black Men in White Coats chapter of the Stony Brook University's Renaissance School of Medicine speak to our students about pursuing medical school careers, and those representatives were all Belport alum. So I really want to give an appropriate shout out to all of our schools who engaged in these celebrations and observance. And in just talking about student empowerment, that's something that's come up, I know, in the community. One of our speakers was Desea Torres, who spoke about AP African American Studies. One of the things that we put in place are thresholds to run electives and certain courses. When AP American Studies, African American Studies did not meet that threshold, our students rallied, worked together to gain that enrollment, surpass the threshold, and thus we're going to be running the course. That's an amazing consequence of our civics instruction and the idea that we give our students power to make decisions and advocate for important programs that have value to them. We also celebrated Women's History Month through various celebrations. This one highlights our Women in Law Enforcement Assembly program that was held at Bellport Middle School. We had amazingly powerful women who were involved in law enforcement, participating in this program, including Belinda Alvarez Groneman, who was the Deputy Police Commissioner, Chief Milagro Soto, Elizabeth Dates, who was the Assistant Commissioner, Detective Sergeant April Hargrove, Commanding Officer and part of the Hate Crimes Unit, and Officer Yasmin T. Gallant, who is our Latino liaison, to speak to our students in a really truly inspiring assembly program that was not just inspiring for the young ladies in our audience, females in our audience, but anybody who attended was inspired by their talks. So I really want to give a big credit to Dr. Lindsay Blazek for her connections to all of these dignitaries, Ms. Bevan, and our social department, and the entire middle school staff for helping making this happen. Our middle school students also had the opportunity to visit Washington, D.C. They just got back, saved some mechanical issues with the bus in the evening. All the kids had an amazing learning experience and a great time in D.C. So I really want to give credit to all the staff members that served as chaperones, and for Principal Dr. Aiello for attending the trip himself to ensure that our kids are well looked after. Our student council also went to Washington, D.C. with their to participate in the leadership conference, and I'm sure our student ex-official will elaborate on in a minute. And then I want to move into sort of a recap of our winter seasons and give a winter sports update. First and foremost, our Bellport Wrestling had a phenomenal season and brought home 2 state championships. In terms of our varsity team, they were county champions as a team, as a collective, and Aaliyah Morrow was crowned the state champion in her division. She's a 2-time county champ and a 2-time All-State. During the state tournament, Aaliyah scored 39 offensive points, allowing 0 points against, which was a remarkable accomplishment. Caitlin Martiolio, also All-State, took 3rd place in the New York State tournament. She is a 2nd-time county finalist, county champ, 2nd-time All-State, Fargo All-American, is the only junior, and he's only a junior, will be competing back to lead the girls wrestling team to another season next year. That brings me to the boys wrestling program. As we may know, Cam Howard won his 2nd state title as a sophomore. He is now a 4-time Suffolk County champion, 4-time All-State, 2-time state champion, Fargo national champion, and a double Pan Americans U16 world champion. So I want to give a big shout out to our coaches, Joe Scioli, for the girls, for the boys, Chuck Martiolio, Rob Cuffey, and Jamie Fabian for the outstanding leadership and for supporting my student athletes. And of course, thank you to our entire Bellport community for coming out to support our state champion. It really was a wonderful event. Moving on to our basketball team. While the boys varsity season ended abruptly, I want to emphasize that this was not a reflection of our student athletes and our coaches, but rather an unfortunate circumstance. There is still much to celebrate when it comes to our varsity players and the team, and some of the things they accomplished in terms of their competition. Number 1, we had Carmelo Flippin, who was crowned the 2026 Rookie of the Year. Julian Crow, who was 2026 All-League and All-Conference. Ellie Malcolm, who was 2026 Academic All-League. And Amari Trent, who in the 2026 All-League and also top 2 in league scoring. So big shout out to Rich Brown and Coach Powell for leading the Bellport Clippers to a successful season. I also want to give a shout out to our girls varsity track. They were heat winners at state competitions. The Bellport High School 40 by 200 relay came ready to compete, winning our heat at the New York States and running a new record time, which represents the 2nd fastest time in team history. They're currently ranked 12 overall in Division 1, and they keep pushing. They too were the county champs, and this coming Friday, they will be competing in the national competition at the Armory in Manhattan. So big shout out to our girls varsity track, especially our relay team, and to coaches Dan Jennings and Francisco Barlow. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to our unified golf team that competed at Top Golf. This is an amazing sort of activity that really emphasizes our sense of belonging and inclusivity. And a big shout out to Coach Beth Clark and Glenn McAvoy for providing these students with such a wonderful opportunity. But winning competitions isn't where it ends. I also want to highlight that 9 winter varsity programs met the criteria for scholar athlete teams. And I have that list in front of us. Obviously, our United Golf always performed well academically. Girls bowling, wrestling, winter track, boys wrestling, winter track, bowling, boys basketball, and girls basketball all achieved team GPAs, which averages you're seeing displayed on the screen. Overall, we had 12 winter student athletes who earned a 90-plus GPA, and 34 winter athletes who earned a 100-plus GPA, including our 2 state wrestling champions, Cam Howard and Aaliyah, who scored well over 100 GPA. So I want to thank our athletic director, Mr. Martino Sotelli, all of our coaches and teachers for making this wonderful thing happen. And finally, like I said before, there's still a lot of great things happening in our school district. You can follow along in our various social media handles. I did want to highlight that I was invited to Mr. Perkins' Bow Tie Tuesday event, where I got to meet Gal Mosby Jr. He's a Bellport grad, he's a practicing attorney. We had a really inspirational chat with our 5th graders. And coming soon, we have great events at the school district. We have the Bellport High School College Career Fair, which is March 17th. Our STEM night, which is happening at Brookhaven Elementary School, March 18th. Our Bellport Middle School Curriculum Fair, and BTA book giveaway on the same night. So I want to thank the BTA for providing the opportunity for all the kids that attend. On March 23rd, and our E&L Commanding Celebration, which will be hosted at the Boys and Girls Club on March 24th. That captures a lot of what's happening. Please follow our social media handles. And again, please visit our website. If you click on the menu and click on the district link, you will see a link for all of our financial information and updates. All of the presentations we've shared are posted there, and in addition to an FAQ with regards to budgeting questions. And that concludes my superintendent's report. I want to thank the community and the board for continued support as we continue working toward the empowerment of our school district and in meeting these financial challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to trustee and advisory committee reports. We'll start with our ex officio student member.
This past weekend, 11 officers from grades 9 through 12 got to attend the LEAD conference in DC. Our officers worked hard to fundraise this trip through parent support and fundraising. We also want to thank the South Country Education Foundation for this grant. We were able to connect with student leaders from across the country and even internationally. This includes students from Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Canada. This experience was incredibly empowering. We shared ideas and common challenges in our school and work together to problem solve, and we plan to turnkey this information into our own student council. Many of us are seniors and had the opportunity to reminisce on our time at South Country, and we're extremely grateful for their teachers that have helped us along the way. Lastly, I'm proud to share that our student council will be recognized as the Gold National Capital of Excellence, and I just want to thank Ms. Hoffman for her support through this process.
Do you have a report that you would like to make? No. Then trustee
Good evening. Before I provide a brief update, I just want to acknowledge tonight's meeting is taking place during a very difficult moment for our district. Many members of our staff, families, and community are understandably concerned, and those concerns deserve to be heard and treated with respect. So I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Over the past few weeks, I had the opportunity to attend the Teaching and Advisory Committee that was held on February 26th, where I appreciated hearing the thoughtful discussion around our goals and progress our educators are working toward for our students. I also wanted to take the time to recognize the work that's happening across the district to support our students. Our schools did a wonderful job celebrating Black History Month and Women's History Month. And although I wasn't able to attend the celebrations at the high school, I do want to commend the staff and students who organized those efforts. Additionally, I had the chance to visit Kramer Street School during the Read Across America Week. Mr. Clark kindly welcomed me as a mystery guest reader in a third grade classroom, and it was a great reminder of the enthusiasm our students are bringing to learning and the dedication of our teachers. Even during challenging times, it's important to recognize the work that's happening in our classrooms and the commitment of the people who serve our students. Thank you very much.
Trustee Belisetta?
So I thought a lot about what I wanted to say here. I know Trustee Ross had said things in the past in regards to kind of how we have been dealing with things and how we have to move forward. So I want to address this kind of in three-part. Well, can you guys see it? So I want to address it. Is it working? Yeah. I want to address it as three parts. One, as a parent, a community member, I'm disgusted. I mean, that's, for lack of a better term, talk as an alumni. I'm embarrassed. Now as a board of ed member, and I'm new to this, so take it for what it is. And what I'll say is, I think I'm determined to get out of this. So I know times are tough. We are going to get through it somehow. But I do want to recognize today, Mr. Trustee, more importantly, the most important thing is I attended 2 events that I thought that these people need to be recognized. I went to the K-3 ball. PTA, SEPTA, amazing job. They were unfazed. The kids had an amazing time. Kudos to them. It couldn't have been a better event. The only thing I said next year, maybe we'll do it in the wrestling room because I think there was more wrestling going on than there might have been dancing. And I want to acknowledge the Snuggle Up and Read. I went to that. I believe it was the first year it was done. From Miss Kearney walking in the door to Mr. Ray dressed up as a raccoon. Couldn't have been a better job. I think the teachers, we're going through a terrible time right now. Continue to do your job. Continue to come, show up every day. It was evident at that event. I know my kids went home and they couldn't stop talking about it. So keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully we can somehow get to the other side of this. I can tell from those events and some of the other events, and even I wanted to mention the youth wrestling tournament that went on this past weekend. To see Coach Mario show up, bring his players and wrestlers down there, they volunteered their time. They came down, so you guys keep doing, we need to keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna get through this somehow. Hopefully sooner than later, but it's gonna be a long road forward. So that's pretty much what I'd like to say for right now.
Trustee Ross?
So I repeatedly sat up here for this first year in going into this role, and many of you know me. There's probably just as many of you that don't. I've sat here and said we have to continue to look forward. So it's not lost on me that names, neighbors, teachers have it tough. There's no way about it. You guys also do something that I could never do. The patience of a saint. I can give here, and you give every day. So, hard things produce things that we value. You guys work hard every day. We have to work hard for you. But I hope everybody realizes that nobody's standing here alone. That includes the solution and the problems. So I hope you realize that a lot of voices that are talking. Please don't just complain. Let's help find solutions. Come talk to us, ask about the problems. There's things that occur and happen inside this district that I've grown up in. That some people say things have changed. As much as they've changed, they've stayed the same. So we can get better. There's definitely a lot of room for growth. And everywhere we go, whether I hear people talk about the athletes, I hear people talk about our musicians or the artists or students' performance in the classroom, every bit matters. So we are in a ugly, ugly situation. But if we just worry about where we are, not focus on where we need to go, because if finances were even, we still have a lot of room to grow and a lot of ability. We have lots of good people. So I really think that there's a lot to do and a lot that we can do. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is, I want to hear more yeses and people like expand, think outside the box, figure out how we can make a difference. That includes this budget, that includes what we have to go through. It's going to be a couple of years to figure out, and every year is going to have new challenges. Please keep asking questions. Don't become indifferent. Don't stand on the sideline. Participate. Put in your 2 cents. Give us your perspective. Don't hide in the corner and think that what you have to say doesn't matter.
Trustee Feliz?
Thank you, Madam President. So I put a lot of thought into what I wanted to say tonight, and I did have to write it down. And I know many of you want to speak tonight, so I don't want to stand between you and wanting to speak to us. So if at any time, it is a little lengthy, but if at any time you want me to stop, tell me to stop. But I do want to say to you, I'm at the end of my 9 years on the board, and I'm at the end. And I wanted to say that to you tonight, because I know there's members in the community who want to seek a position on the board, and I want to tell you that my seat will be one of them that will be vacant. I will not be running for re-election for the board. And there's a lot of reasons why, and I'm going to tell you why. I also am going to respectfully disagree with a number of the items that the superintendent spoke about, and that's not to be disagreeable, but that's to speak to the board members that will remain on the board, to the observations that I have had especially over these last 2 years, of where I think we could have done better, and where observations were made about the finances, and where we could have picked up a lot sooner where there were problems. I've been on this board for 9 years. I've missed 3 meetings. I was board president when my father passed away. I scheduled my father's funeral around these board meetings and did not miss a meeting because of it. The last meeting I missed on January 21st of this year was because my best friend was dying in California, and she asked for me to be with her. And so I did. And even though I requested remote access to be at the meeting, she died that very day. And that's why I wasn't at that meeting. But that's the dedication I had to this job on behalf of all of you. You know, I was a frequent flyer to every event, every sporting event, every building, every concert, every play, and every meeting. That's how this job had to be done. And I hope the next person who fills this seat takes that commitment just as seriously. I'm a career unionist. You all know that. But that's not only what I am. I graduated St. Joseph's College, and they instill upon their graduates social responsibility and community involvement. And I've told you before, when I was upon my retirement years, I wanted to do something to give back to my community. And when I moved into this community 14 years ago, no, it wasn't 14, it was 12 years ago, people suggested to me, get involved with the school board. And I was a lifelong learner. I didn't get my degrees until later in life. I have an executive MBA. And do you know how many times I beat myself over the head? That how did I miss this financial mishap with an executive MBA? Nevertheless, we did. And those are the items that I want to speak to you about tonight, and ways that we could have done better. So I'm disappointed in the way this district spent the last 2 years, missing a financial problem that we know had a glaring reality. And what this has done is demoralized our workforce, which has threatened the backbone of our sound educational system. All or any of the progress we've made is on the brink of being shattered. I've shared this with the superintendent many times, and with all due respect, I've told him, trust takes years to build, but it can be lost in an instant. One of our board retreats that we recently held, the facilitator referred to this as from hero to zero. Whatever you want to call it, there's no way a school district could begin a new school year like we did in 24-25 with a deficit in its employee salary lines, especially those budgeted lines for our educators, nor should we carry those deficits throughout the entire year. Yes, it is the board who puts the budget, the overall budget together for the voters to approve. But it is the budget office and the cabinet members who develop the backup for the line item budget of where to appropriate those funds to carry out the next year's program. Certainly, the community should expect that personnel and salaries be funded first and foremost. But when it wasn't, and when questions were being asked and answers were being given with a quip, we'll just make budget transfers by the year end, we later learned those transfers would never come, and no administration or leadership verified any further. And now, the hardworking members of our staff are faced with paying for the mistakes of management. Mistakes that never should have been mistakes that shouldn't have been caught. Mistakes that caused massive staffing cuts. I voted no last year for those staffing cuts. And I voted no for the 2025 budget because, in my opinion, from where I sat, too little was being shared with the board about those budget inconsistencies. And I was being made to feel as though I was a nuisance to the budget office for asking too many questions. Quite frankly, I didn't ask enough. Mind you, salary lines were still running at a deficit, and in the 24-25 school year, even as we were putting forward the budget for the 25-26 school year. And treasurer's reports were being presented to the board later and later. Why? To hide the truth, perhaps? As I sit here today, at the end of my 3rd term and finishing up my 9th year as a board volunteer, I can tell you these last 2 years have been the most challenging, unlike the 7 years prior, as I enjoyed multiple collaborations with some very fine board members and staff members alike. I became a frequent flyer, as I said before, at all the school events. I worked with board members who were truly there exercising their commitment to social responsibility. But for me, these last 2 years have changed in such a way that I can't continue as a board member anymore. In May of 2025, the day after we adopted the budget, and just as we made significant staff reductions involving layoffs and excesses, I couldn't convince my co-board members to give some time before we consider the contract extension for the superintendent. First, I suggested we give the 3 new board members that were about to join us in July a chance to evaluate the superintendent for the board as a whole and evaluate the budget that would pan out throughout the year. There were 2 board members leaving, and they would have no further interaction with him and should not have any involvement with the continuation of his employment. Nevertheless, with 11 minutes prior to the beginning of the public portion of the remainder of that meeting after coming out of executive session, the contract extension was placed on the agenda for a vote, and I was the only one who voted no. The very next meeting, the superintendent proposed massive raises for certain cabinet members and administrative staff. And those who were being let go, those who were not even separated from employment yet, stood in shock. The timing and the insensitivity couldn't have been worse. And I was the only one who voted no. Regrettably, this board wasn't told until Labor Day weekend 2025 that the district overspent the 2024 budget by millions of dollars and the exact amount was still being calculated. So those management raises that were awarded were done so before the 2025 budget was closed out and while those salary lines were still operating at a huge deficit. Budget transfers weren't made because there was no money to fund them. And yet, I couldn't get a single board member to agree with me, to simply pause, to wait and see just how that budget year would unfold for 25-26. But now we know, and it's only getting worse from here. And yet we still haven't seen the final treasurer's report at that time. We still haven't seen the final treasurer's report from June 2025. We would have known that we were out of money and we were overspent. So after 9 years, like I had said, I won't be running for re-election for the board because I hope you can imagine just how tough it has been because the signs were there, but they weren't listened to. Going forward, I think we can do more. I can do more for the community from the outside, helping others who would like to run for the board themselves. In spite of the new board members who have joined the board this year and are doing a wonderful job, it's time for me to step aside. But I will help those who want to run for a spot on the board. I will help them if they want mentoring. I won't be stepping away. I will be there because I love this community that I call home, and we must hold this district accountable to get it right, and I will be right there with you until we do.
As I look out here tonight, I don't see anybody who doesn't look stressed. And I'm looking around at the table where I'm sitting as well. It's similar to the faces that I saw when I went to the refit breakfast that the superintendent referenced, listening to representatives from other school districts who have similar but different, very challenging financial situations. Ours is unique to us. And over the last 7 years that I've been on the board, I've seen a lot of things that needed to be improved, and my focus has always been on promoting best practices wherever they are in whatever office it is. And it was quite a shock to find out right around Labor Day that the best practices that we had understood from the business office had not produced a budget with proper projections and without taking into account certain ways that the payment of salaries had been made and the use of COVID funds. This is very clear from our external audit report that has been posted to the website. And I'm very grateful to our interim assistant superintendent who has come in not only to oversee a business office, but to create a business office that observes best practices. And on top of that, he's tasked with the responsibility of creating a plan for how to get out of the financial challenges that we're experiencing right now. So this is more than I think he had anticipated when he agreed to come on as our consultant to do that. And the result is that we're seeing starkly some very difficult decisions that have to be made. For my part, having been a board member, I participated in that cautious approach that we took to reduction of staff. We knew because of the reduced number of students that we had more employees than we were going to need. And as we looked into future years, we knew that there would need to be trimming. But the approach was to take care of that through attrition or retirement, or in some cases, people whose life changes took them to move out of state. Unfortunately, last year, we were faced with the hard decision of trimming staff, and now we're faced again with the one this year. And this one is a little bit different in that last year, we weren't on the list of potential people being excess. They were people who did not have tenure. This year we have tenured employees on that list. It's horrifying to me to look at the names and to see the people that I have come to admire and appreciate over the years I've been here on the board. This is not an easy situation for anybody to be in. And as I look around, I want you to know that for me, I know the personal stress that this is causing and the personal pain. I also know that for the decision makers, including everybody at the table, there's also a lot of personal angst as well. My hope is that we can focus again on best practices. We can hear from our business official and our superintendent about recommendations, particularly with regard to non-mandated expenses. The reason I use those words is because the challenges that we have financially, I do not want to see in the future a situation where we are on a contingency budget. And I look to the leadership to give us advice about how to get through this very difficult process over the next several years and to get this straightened out so once and for all we can be celebrating these wonderful students that we have. It was really heartwarming to see, particularly the Black History Month celebrations at both the middle school and the high school. largely student-driven and significantly supported by our staff. Those are the things that I look at. I look at 3,800 students. Those are 3,800 reasons that we all have to be here. And we've got to get this right so that they're our future and they deserve the best that we can provide to them. That's not much of a report. It's more saying I recognize that had best practices been in place along, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here the way we are tonight. But some of the things, particularly the way the budgeting was presented, there wasn't a way for us as board members to pick it apart and to know that it was not evaluated the way it needed to have been. It's set forth in our external audit report that supports what I just said there. So, I know everybody's got a lot of comments. We're going to try to take as many of them as we can within the time allotted. Next. I have more cards for the agenda items that transportation and budget than we have time for in the usual 30 minutes. And the 30 minutes assumes a 3-minute time per person. If everybody would reduce to 2 minutes.
Motion to extend the 30 minutes.
You're gonna listen to us.
Madam Chair, motion to extend the time frame. Motion to extend the 30 minutes.
We need a second. And that takes care of my ability. I'm sorry, I know we do. I'm making a comment. We had a first and a second, and now my comment. That takes care of trying to allocate time among everybody. I'm sorry? Right, it's first and second. Don't we have that? We have it. I know. Now we're going to please fix it. That up there is very, very all right, well, okay. 7 minutes. Well, it's unanimous of everybody present, and not voting is our remote trustees. All right. So, just so you know, I've divided up the cards, some for our second session. So if your name's not called on the first, it's because your category comes in the second session. First, Pat Brady and Carrie Carson.
My name is Carrie Carson. I'm the president of the South Country Administrators Association. This is Pat Brady, who's the president of the Bellport Teachers Association. We are speaking this evening on behalf of the South Country Administrators Administration and on behalf of the Bellport Teachers Association to express our deep concern and disappointment, along with our increasing loss of confidence in the district's current operations and its direction moving forward. The continually changing information we receive has only intensified the feeling of uncertainty across our schools. At this point, we see no clear end in sight, and we cannot accurately predict the full impact this situation will have on both our students' educational experiences and the professional stability of our members. Our educators and administrators made a conscious decision to work in this district. Many left positions elsewhere, some with tenure, because they believed South Country offered sustainable and meaningful careers. To now see colleagues accessed, and in some cases even mid-year, has been deeply unsettling for our members and damaging to the overall morale.
Most importantly, we are concerned about the impact on students. The programs, supports, and initiatives that have been built over many years to support students academically and socially cannot simply be removed without consequence. While we understand that the district has outlined a 3-year financial recovery plan to stabilize expenditures and revenue, we must ask, what is the plan to rebuild what will inevitably be lost? What is the strategy to restore programs, replenish staff, and rebuild the educational opportunities our students deserve? Our schools function through collaboration. Teachers, administrators, and support staff rely on one another to implement initiatives, support students, and maintain effective educational practices. Under the current level of uncertainty, it is increasingly difficult to plan, lead, and deliver the level of education our community expects and our students deserve. The BTA and SCAA stand together, ready to be part of the solution. We welcome meaningful collaboration to work towards stability and providing a clear and transparent path forward for our members, our students, and the South Country community. Thank you.
Next is Matthew Ellison.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Kinnickson. I am a teacher here for the past 30 years, a community member for 20 of those 30 years. 2 of my children went through the entire school district. I had a speech prepared tonight to read, but after hearing tonight's presentation, I'm going to go off speech. Steve Jobs said, "Hire good people, set clear expectations, let them do their job, and hold them accountable when they don't." You, Mr. Santana, have failed us. Your central office has failed us. I am not about blame, but there has been no accountability. I have watched for 30 years as teachers have continually been held accountable. I do not understand how we got here. I have heard it's incompetency, not fraud, not theft. I hear tonight maybe the right questions weren't asked. That falls on this Board of Ed. That is your job, to ask the right questions. If you don't know the questions to ask, then seek out people to help you. Everyone in life needs coaches. Then get a coach. You sat here, made decisions that affect real people. I watched the slideshow tonight where almost every picture, every accolade was because of a teacher. And yet in 2 years, you are cutting approximately 70 plus teachers. There is no recovering from that. This is a very unique district with very unique challenges. It takes a lot to come to work in South Country. A lot. This is not a country club school district. I grew up in a country club school district. I went to Syosset. I didn't succeed because of the teachers. I succeeded because of my parents. And everyone in Syosset succeeded because of their parents. Here, kids succeed because of their teachers. For 30 years, this district has asked teachers to give pay freezes, steps, lend us paychecks so that we can get out of the hole we're in and we'll pay you back. Board members sitting here on this board have said, we'll never forget that, and yet it's been forgotten. You're about to enter another contract negotiation. I've sat on 5 of them. Every year, you ask the teachers, I'm almost done, I promise. Every year, you ask the teachers to give and to take very little. I am curious, the central office raises, where were the gives? When is the money coming back?
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. My name is Kayla Mulia, and I'm currently living in Brookhaven Hamlet for the past 10 years. My husband is also a lifelong resident of the hamlet with deep ties to this community. I have one child who has already gone through the district, one who is currently enrolled, and one who will be starting kindergarten next year. I'm also a school social worker who has personally experienced the impact of district budget cuts, having been accessed myself. Because of that experience, I understand firsthand the ramifications that these decisions can have on an individual, their family, and an entire school community. I'm speaking tonight as a member of this community who believes deeply in the district's mission to empower every student with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities that they need to succeed. Your vision speaks about excellence, belonging, and equitable opportunities for all students. These words matter, especially now as our district faces a $12 million budget deficit. Moments like this test not only our financial management, but our commitment to the values you publicly affirm. If students are truly our priority, then the way we approach difficult financial decisions must reflect fairness, transparency, and equity for all students across the district. I am urging the board to ensure that budget decisions are guided by the same principles outlined in your mission: high-quality education, equitable allocation of resources, and support for the academic and social-emotional needs of every child. Financial responsibility is essential, but it must be balanced with protecting programs, opportunities, and the supports that allow students to grow, feel included, and reach their full potential. As you evaluate potential reductions, I respectfully urge the board to ensure that any necessary cuts are equitable throughout the district. No bargaining unit, program, or group of students should shoulder a disproportionate share of the impact. Equity must be remaining at the center of those decisions so that all students, regardless of where they attend, school, or what services they rely on, continue to have access to meaningful educational opportunities. At the same time, our planning cannot be reactive or short-sighted. The decisions made now must be thoughtful, strategic, and carefully considered so that our district can reestablish itself as the strong, thriving, and diverse community that it has the potential to be. The diversity within our district is one of our greatest strengths. It brings together students from different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives, creating a learning environment that prepares them for the realities of an increasingly complex and interconnected world. When students learn alongside peers with different experiences and viewpoints, they develop empathy, critical thinking, and the ability to collaborate, skills that are essential to addressing real-world challenges. Our community understands that difficult choices are necessary, but we're asking that these choices be made carefully, transparently, and with long-term educational success of all students at the center of every decision. Once again, I am respectfully urging the board to approach this deficit with thoughtful planning, equitable financial management, and meaningful community engagement so that the solutions that we pursue strengthen, not undermine, the vision of this district. Thank you.
Good evening. Most of you know me, but for those who do not, my name is Sal DePuma, and I've been a world language teacher in this district for the last 12 years. I love my work. I love this community. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working with many of you both on this board and in the superintendent's cabinet in various roles, committees, and district projects. But I'm not speaking as a representative of the BTA tonight. I'm speaking as a tax-paying community member. My wife grew up here. She attended the schools. She was a cheerleader for Belport. Talk about Clipper pride. She loved it so much, she had to buy a house in the community. So she bought a house here. But all is not well in the DePuma household. We've recently had to engage in a very difficult conversation about whether or not our child would attend this district, and whether or not South Country can give him the educational outcomes that we expect as parents. Let me say, I believe in public education. I believe in the diligence and passion of my colleagues and the teachers and staff who come in here every single day and give it their best when giving it your best is not easy. I believe that this district could be the place where I want my child to go. But right now, I say no. Right now, I'm telling my wife to cancel Amazon because we're moving. Growing class sizes, reductions in programs, and fewer enrichment opportunities is not what I want for my kid. It shouldn't be what you want for yours. Our kids deserve more. The financial challenges that we face did not happen overnight. They're the result of decisions made without financial stewardship and oversight. This was a multi-tier failure, and there is plenty of blame to go around, but the people who are going to suffer for it are the faculty, teachers, and students. Mr. Santana, I've known you for 15 years. In that time, I've known you to be a good man, I've known you to be a conscientious man, I've known you to care deeply about what is right for our students. Tonight, I appeal to those qualities. I implore you that central office lead by example. Show this community that you have a willingness to put some skin in the game and to make sacrifices at the central office level. What I did not see tonight in this presentation, any cuts or belt tightening at the central office level. In my remaining time, I'll just charge the Board of Ed as a taxpayer. It is your job. There's an old Latin quip, who watches the watchers. It is your responsibility. We asked you, we appointed you, we elected you, and we will not forget it. And since we cut French, vive la résistance.
Good evening, Mr. Santana and members of the Board of Education. My name is Alina Romero. I've been a teacher at the high school for almost 19 years and an educator for 26. As I prepare to retire this year, I feel a responsibility to speak honestly about the district, or the direction our district is taking. The proposed layoffs, increasing class sizes, eliminating electives, and continued reduction of all types of resources are not simply budget choices. They are real consequences for students. When teachers are excessed, students receive less individual attention, less feedback, less support. Teachers can't provide the level of instruction and care students deserve when classrooms become overcrowded and staff are stretched beyond reasonable limits. And the loss of teachers is not just happening through layoffs. Many educators are choosing to leave because of the conditions have become increasingly difficult, with larger classes, heavier workloads, and fewer supports. This silent loss of experienced teachers weakens the stability of our schools. Too often, the students who suffer most are those who already need additional support. Struggling learners, students with disabilities, English language learners, and students who are at risk of falling behind. As a teacher who's working directly with students who are already struggling to meet graduation requirements, I see every day how critical individualized attention, manageable class sizes, and consistent relationships with teachers are to student success. When those supports disappear, the consequences are predictable. Students disengage, learning gaps widen, the path to graduation becomes more difficult. The focus shifts from truly educating students to simply moving them through the system, negatively impacting the opportunities available for them for years. Public education is one of the most important investments a community can make. Strong schools require adequate staffing, manageable class sizes, and the resources teachers need to support every student. You think of it this way. Our school district functions like a three-legged table. Students sit at the top, supported by educators, administrators, and the community. When one of those legs is weakened, the entire structure becomes unstable. And the students we serve are the ones who ultimately pay the price. We often hear the phrase Clipper pride. Pride in our schools should be reflected not in slogans, photo ops, and weekly messages, but in the decisions we make for our schools. I consider the long-term consequences of these decisions and to pursue solutions that protect the quality of our education that our students deserve. And remember that behind every budget decision is a classroom full of students. Thank you. Thank you.
Call three names at a time. If you could come up closer so that we can get to everybody. We'll start Glenn McAvoy, Michael Felicetta, and Tran Singletary.
Good evening. My name is Glenn McAvoy. I have lived here my entire life. I have taught in this district for over 22 years as a perm sub and a social studies teacher. I am here because I am deeply concerned about the decision to access a large number of my colleagues in the South Country School District. Teachers and support staff are the background of our schools. They are the people who show up every day for our students, not just to teach lessons, but to build relationships, provide stability, and create the kind of environment where kids can succeed. When you remove that many educators from a district, impact is not just on charts or budgets. The real impact is on students sitting in those classrooms. Accessing teachers means larger class sizes. It means fewer supports for struggling learners. It means fewer opportunities for students to receive individual attention from the adults who know them the best. And for many students, especially those who rely on school as a place of consistency and support, losing trusted teachers can be incredibly disruptive. Support staff are just as critical. They are people who keep schools running safely and effectively, helping students navigate challenges, supporting teachers, and making sure every child has what they need to learn. When these positions disappear, the strain on the entire system increases. Our schools are only as strong as the people inside them. If we weaken the foundation, the students will feel it first and the community will feel it next. I urge the board to look at these long-term consequences of these decisions and to remember that behind every position being accessed are for hundreds of students' education whose well-being depend on the adults in their classrooms and the hallways.
Good afternoon. My name is Bear Falsetta, and I'm a proud graduate of Belper Senior High School class of 2004, and a father of 3 current and 1 future South Country student. After graduating in 2004 and being influenced by many incredible educators, some who are here today, I decided to pursue my own dream to become an educator myself. For the past 18 years, I've had the privilege of teaching 5th grade students who have been working on 100 amazing students each year. Throughout my career, I've been honored 3 times as Teacher of the Month, and in 2024, I was awarded Teacher of the Year at a district of over 2,200 employees. I currently serve as our lead math teacher for 15 teachers in both curriculum development and assessment design. I don't share these accolades to boast, but to help you understand how deeply education means to me, my family, and I will always fight what's best for our students. I understand firsthand the impact that teacher layoffs can have. I've seen how pink slips create a ripple effect that can last for years across the school district, affecting staff stability, student learning, and overall morale. Great teachers that can create decades of impactful and meaningful relationships will be let go to find employment in other districts. In times like these, it is important that we come together as a community to find solutions that meet the needs of the majority of our staff, students, and families, not just a select few. These decisions are not easy, but they are essential for future success in our district. Right now, our district test scores rank near the bottom of Suffolk County. For example, in 2024, 201 4th grade students took the New York State ELA assessment. Of those students, 49% scored at level 1, while only 2% achieved a level 4, which is considered proficient. It is important to note that these results occurred when class sizes were significantly smaller. Last year, we experienced numerous staffing cuts, which causes class sizes to increase. My own child went from a 17-student class to a 24-student class this year. If these cuts continue, it is reasonable to assume that the numbers will only continue to rise. To address high levels of academic needs within our district, we rely on reading specialists, math specialists, and teaching assistants to create small group instruction and targeted intervention strategies. These supports allow us to meet students where they are and help close those learning gaps. Unfortunately, staffing cuts increase. These critical support roles have become more limited. As a result, the workload is increasingly being placed on the classroom teachers who are already working with larger classes and greater student needs. When this becomes the norm, our struggling district finds itself facing an even steeper uphill battle. Currently, our elementary schools are using antiquated reading and math programs that do not align with the New York State learning standards. Teachers are now not only being asked to close the learning gap with larger class sizes, but they are also being given resources that lack rigor, appropriate interventions, and often do not meet the New York State learning standards. Even with all these challenges, my children come home every single day raving about how amazing their teachers are. This is a testament to the commitment and professionalism that so many teachers in our district have. You show up every single day, continue to give our babies a safe and nurtured environment, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I am asking those responsible for making these difficult decisions to please think about the students who walk through our hallways every day. They are bright, capable, and filled with untapped potential. They should not have to carry the weight of decisions made by adults who are entrusted to represent their best interests. Please think about them when making these financial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3, Brianne Torre, Kelly Salmon Salvosa, and Joe Alt.
Good evening, my name is Brianne Torre. I'm an English teacher in the district for over 10 years. I've even had the pleasure of having many of your children and family. I was also honored as the Teacher of Excellence in June. How ironic to now be up here up for access. I'm speaking on behalf of passionate, dedicated, and above average educators who are the daily change makers in the lives of so many in our community, as they are the people that our students rely on for support, consistency, and education. The English department, already diminished by prior cuts, is a core subject with state and Regents exams. And by next year, we will have lost 6 educators, including myself. we are facing the ramifications of Central's budgetary mismanagement. If these cuts are approved, I'd like to emphasize how our students will suffer, as no one should be able to hide behind the guise of students will not be impacted. Students will overflow classrooms. I currently have a class of 28. Students will lose electives, and not just due to low enrollment. Students who say, "You are the reason I come to school every day," will no longer see that special teacher. Students will lose yet another adult from their already small corner. Students will show up to school regardless, we know that, but will it be a place that they want to be? Will it be a place that they deserve to be? And will they have a reason to have Clipper pride? No. Students are the center of my concerns. Even as a new mother and a tiny baby to take care of, I'm still worried about my students before my own. Because they mean something to me and to us, the teachers. We know and are honest about the reality of fewer teachers. We are the front lines. We make the adjustments on the fly. We meet their daily needs. There are many other districts we could work for, sure. I know that I'm worthy. We've already lost phenomenal teachers to other districts, but we are more than just a number on your list. Our heart is here, our students are here, our history is here, and we, the BTA, wear Belport. Thank you.
Good evening. I teach at Franklin Law. The purpose of a school district is simple: student success. When our students are ranking among the lowest performing in Suffolk County, we have to ask the question, what is wrong? Who is accountable, Mr. Santana? That is not a personal attack, it is a fact. And when the outcome looks like this, the question we must ask is simple: who is going to be held accountable? Because what we are seeing right now is not accountability. Instead, we are seeing the same group of professional classroom teachers being asked to absorb hit after hit after hit. We are already being asked every day to do more with less. Yet when difficult financial decisions arise, the burden continues to fall on the same bargaining unit time and time again. The PTA should not be the district's default solution year after year. We understand this pressure will be unavoidable, but if reductions happen, they should be shared fairly. Fairness cannot mean that one group absorbs the majority of the impact. Right now, transparency around these decisions is opaque. Our community deserves clarity about how these decisions are being made and why. This leads to something that should be said out loud. Being entrusted with stewardship of the public's trust is of great importance. Right now, our trust has been eroded. Our own mission statement says that this is a high-performing school community, grounded in core values like honesty, perseverance, and compassion. Those values must not be listed on a website, but demonstrated in action. Our strategic plan promises equity, fairness, inclusion, and access for all students. Cutting teachers, counselors, social workers, and others moves us further and further away from your promise, our promise. Our priorities include academic excellence, student experience, operations. If we truly want our students to succeed, we cannot continue to weaken the very people that are responsible to educate them. This community is not asking for perfection. They are asking for fairness, transparency, and accountability. Accountability cannot mean that the people closest to these students are always the first to be cut. You cannot ask teachers to produce excellence for students while you simultaneously dismantle the very system that supports them. You cannot claim academic excellence as a priority while weakening the people that are responsible for delivering education. Leadership means protecting what matters most in a school district. That is your students, our children, and the educators that serve them. Our students, our teachers, our community deserve more, not less.
Older Met fans might remember a story that great Ralph Kiner would tell when the Mets game was going slow. Having to negotiate his own contract, one year the owner of the Pittsburgh Pirates said, "Ralph, we're going to pay you the same amount of money we paid last year." Ralph Kiner said, "No disrespect, boss, but I hit the most home runs in Major League Baseball last year." To which the owner of the Pirates said, "Ralph, we came in last place last year, and we could come in last place again with or without you." We are now the Pittsburgh Pirates, and because we're in last place, we're going to say goodbye to some of our educators, some of the greatest human beings I've ever met in my life. A year ago, we made speeches begging the district to make the cuts like a family. Those requests were not answered, and we had teachers and staff members excessed. But what hurt much more was finding out a month later that some of our administrators received big raises at the next school board. A year later, and our position seems 1,000 times worse. So we look at our teachers, and we see that they've had to choke down a 1% salary increase probably 15 out of the last 16 years. We look at our teaching assistants and aides. We're making a 75 cents an hour raise this year. Next year it's being cut to 50 cents an hour raise, and that's with no medical benefits. So nobody goes into public education to get rich. But then we look at our central office and our administration. We have 12 administrators who last year made over $175,000 a year. Half of them made over $200,000 a year. So how do we look in the mirror and then tell our high school students there might not be woodshop class next year? I know you guys liked it, but it's not state mandated. And even worse, how do we tell every elementary school student that there's no more library class? Because it's not state mandated. And that's a kick in the teeth to this whole community. Thank you.
Holly Felicetta, Samantha Parente, Clifford Pirano.
What a night. Shit. Sorry, I don't think I was supposed to say that word. My name's Holly Felicetta. I live in Brookhaven, and I have 2 kids that go to the elementary school. And before I came here, I had to explain to my daughter why I was coming here and why Daddy was up there. I don't usually come. I'm here as a parent, not as a partner. Well, I'm here as a partner. I had to explain to her, though, what a credit card was and how we got a credit limit of $12 million. She didn't really understand it. And then I talked to her about what might be cut. Library was brought up and some of the other things, and her heart dropped. She didn't understand it.
I don't understand why we have to expose our young kids to that either. In my professional life, I'm a CEO of a company, and I lead a team of people that scrutinize budgets and lead other team members. I also have a board, and if I mismanage funds, I would be fired. Thank you for that. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily what has to happen, but I think there's a lot of really challenging things that have been talked about, and a lot of really important people that pour their hearts and souls into creating opportunities for our children every single day. What matters as a parent, not just a person who has a coworker that's going to be excess, it's who is leading us moving forward. And I think that the question that I have for the board more directly is, are these the right people that are going to make the changes moving forward? Have they been evaluated, the people at district office, and are they the right ones to make these changes over the next couple of years? I didn't say that as eloquently as I wanted to, but I just wanted to be a different voice because I know that there's a lot of educators, great educators, saying really important messages, but I haven't heard too many parents yet, and I think that it's just a different voice to hear from some of the parents who are in support of the teachers and the students.
I was here a few months ago, so I'm Samantha Parenti, I'm a fourth grade teacher. I'm also a community member. I chose to live in this district. So there's a few reasons I feel like I'm up here. I don't really like this format, honestly. I feel like I like open conversations, so I just feel like sometimes it gets lost in the sauce, per se. But I feel like with that being said, these past few months leading up to this, we can all agree it has caused a lot of us anxiety and stress. I could say I knew that this was going to be a big impact. I didn't have a clue that it was going to be this big. But the mismanagement of funds at this level is absolutely unacceptable. There should be checks and balances from what I understand, and that would be the BOE of the central office. So giving raises while teachers are being let go creates tension, and that creates issues within administration and other departments and other bargaining units. I'm honestly confused how we are even in this predicament, and how we didn't learn within the last 2 weeks, and how we just learned in the last 2 weeks, there's another additional deficit of over $1 million. Teachers are being excessed due to the lack of leadership, and I believe there are over 30 teachers, there's at least, we just saw tonight, almost over 43 teachers and over 55 FTE being let go this year. So that's almost 80 teachers in the last 2 years, possibly being excess. We have teachers who have been here over 10 years. I know a friend of mine is 19 years who received an excess meeting today. This has a huge impact on our community, our students, and our staff. And the question is, who's going to be left to teach our children? Of course, we're going to have teachers, but is it going to be in the, best learning environment that we can create? We chose to work here. I chose to work here because I am from here. I love it here. I have other opportunities. I can speak for myself. This is my second time around being excess. The first time I was excess from my position. Now this is my second time with this meeting and possibly being excess again. Living in constant worry and the unknown, to me, is not fair and inhumane. We should not have to worry about losing our jobs every year due to financial issues. We have families, we have mortgages, we have life expenses to plan for. It has become a toxic cycle. It's like a toxic relationship. It's creating resentful feelings that evidently is making morale low. That is unfair to the students and to the staff. We all deserve to feel seen and heard and not feel like a number. Students will be directly impacted. So I'm confused on how we're seeing these numbers saying that they're not going to be. Of course they will be. We are going to, I think last meeting we discussed maybe bus transportation, and that was passed to this one. And now we discussed even maybe changing, we're going to do enrichment programs, music programs, maybe athletic programs can be touched, intramurals. We're in the unknown of what can possibly impact our students. Living in the community, I have to ask myself, do I want my children to go here? So obviously there's hard decisions, and everywhere there's hard decisions, but you have to decide what's best for our community as a whole. Thank you.
Hello, My name is Clifford Pereno. I teach social studies at Bellport Middle School. My history with this district goes back to 1995 when my father my dad started working here as the chief custodian right here at Bellport High School. I've always had a special place in my heart for this district. It helped put food on the table when I was a kid, and it continues to put food on the table now that I have my own family. This is like a second home to me. As you can tell, I don't feel anger, maybe a little bit, but I mostly feel sadness. I'm sad for my colleagues who are going to lose their jobs. I feel sad for the state of this district. When I was a kid, my dad would bring me here for the football games and for the music performances in this auditorium. He spoke highly of the teachers and administrators he respected, some of which are in this room right now, and that I've had the pleasure to work with. I went to school in Middle Country, and while Middle Country provided me with a good education, I always had this idea in the back of my head that South Country would have been a great place for me to go to school. All these years later, I work here and I enjoy it. Teaching the students of South Country has given me a reason to wake up every day. In my position right now as a union rep, I get to help my colleagues when they need advice. I have a sense of purpose when I walk on the grounds of this district every day. However, I can't deny that the Clipper pride we've all been encouraged to feel has a dent in it. That's not the right word. The pride has been nearly totaled, and it's going to take a lot of work to repair. It's not just the pride that needs to be repaired. Trust needs to be repaired. Accountability needs to be repaired. The reputation of this district needs to be repaired. If you open Newsday or you turn on News 12 lately and you hear, see, or read the word South Country, it's mostly because we're in a fiscal crisis. People shouldn't think of that when they think about this district, but unfortunately it's eclipsing any good we do here, and it's choking the life out of our efforts to educate this district's children. It shouldn't be like this. You know it, I know it, everybody in this room knows it. I respectfully ask that the members of the Board of Education, for whatever time you have left in your terms, and the administrators, for whatever time you plan to continue serving in your positions, please do all you can to restore the pride that everyone in this room, whether they be employees of this district or parents and guardians of the students, should feel about South Country Central School District. Thank you.
Matthew Kopp, Bailey Everett, and Kareem Overton.
Good evening. My name is Matt Cobb, and I've been a teacher at Franklin Long for 7 years now. I am also a tax-paying member of Bellport. We are experiencing a crisis of confidence in our district. In my 7-year career, this is the third round of mass accessing I have witnessed, most of the time as a result of budgetary issues. Needless to say, not great. In my own building, I've experienced many hardworking, talented educators get hired by our district only to be accessed shortly afterwards. This is unfair on every level imaginable. It's unfair for employees whose livelihoods are being pulled out from under their feet. These are people with families who are suddenly unable to trust in the stability of their own careers. Some colleagues have worked for this district for over 10 years and are receiving letters of excess. It is unacceptable that this is how they are being rewarded for their years of hard work and commitment to the students of this district. The impact goes beyond my colleagues. Our students will directly feel the impact. They spend every school day within our buildings, cultivating close personal relationships with teachers, only to have them disappear the following year. Living in the district provides me with opportunities to run into many of my former students. When I do, they ask me how their former teachers are doing, and on more than one occasion, I've had to tell them that they no longer work here anymore. I've had to explain to them that some of them have chosen to work in other districts, and others were forced to move as a result of poor budgeting. Every time, they're disappointed, and so am I. Whether we choose to acknowledge it or not, this is our district's reputation. We hire great teachers, make promises to them that we don't keep, and send them elsewhere. I had something else written here, but I'm just going to speak honestly. I want this district to do well, and I believe that everyone in this room wants the district to do well, since we're all a part of the same community. And I'm no mathematician, but I know that if we reduce the number of people in this room, and we reduce the number of people in our community, our challenges would get harder, not easier. There's no different inside a school. And no amount of flowery language is going to change that. Actions speak louder than words. We have to do better. Thank you.
Good evening. I stand here before you in terms of the transportation. I too am a public school educator, and listening to some of my teachers as I was a Belfort graduate and those that they are supporting really does sadden me in what they have to go through. So as a public educator, I stand with them as well. But I stand before you as a parent, encouraging the board to not adopt the transportation proposal. Eliminating the private school transportation does not redirect those resources into the classrooms, into jobs. Instead, it removes important programs that the district families rely on. These families have created unintended long-term financial consequences if the transportation were to not be there. Under the New York tax cap framework, allowing future increases are calculated as a percentage of the district's total budget. Reducing the budget by approximately $900,000 for this transportation permanently lowers the baseline upon which future increases are then calculated. Over half this cost is supported through the state aid, meaning the net fiscal benefit is significantly smaller than the headline reduction suggests, while the long-term impact on revenue flexibility remains. If the district later determines these funds are needed, restoring them would likely require piercing that tax cap, a difficult process requiring a supermajority vote and historically challenging to achieve. For these reasons, removing transportation does not advance long-term fiscal stability. Instead, it reduces flexibility and may ultimately limit the district's ability to expand programs or resources for public school students in future budgets. The board has a responsibility to consider policies that support all district families while preserving the district's financial strength over time. Maintaining private school transportation within the budget accomplishes both of those goals. There are many district residents who will not support this budget if the private school transportations are sent to referendum to cut minimums. This cut also does not help the district recover those long-term does not help financially to cut the annual deficits, and it will not save programs inside of this very school district. The funding evaporates from the budget forever and cannot be reallocated to the school. This is nothing more than a headline and does not help balancing budgets long-term, nor does it help students and families currently here in South Country. To cut costs, look at more things you can do to streamline transportation for private schools and cut costs. Residents understand the pressure, and we understand here, and perhaps centralized pickup could be a good compromise. Do not put this referendum on the ballot. Thank you.
That buses for rich kids over teachers?
Yeah.
I just want to get it straight.
Excuse me from the audience, I understand that you have made
I
your
just
questions,
confused.
but we need to
You're
follow
busing
the protocol.
privileged kids over teacher positions.
So we have, the last speaker in this group is Corinne Oka. Okay. All right, if your name was not called, you're in the second group. Does the board want to waive our usual process and go ahead and take everybody now before our presentation?
No one can hear you. Speak up.
Can you, well, apparently people can hear me. Is there a motion to waive our usual process and take all the speakers down? And we will not have a second opportunity. Yes, for trustee Ross, second by trustee Provenzano, all in favor? Okay, unanimous for all the all right, next group of hearing, Joe Malonis, Martin Palermo.
Good evening. My name is Joe Malonis. I'm a proud community member. I'm even luckier to be a member of the football family here. With all due respect to the comments a lot of board members made, I don't think we need to move forward just yet. If one wants to look forward, I think we need to look back. The charts we saw today did not show the line items that were grossly underestimated. What exactly did the audit show? How many line items were underestimated? And how did this happen? Can we stop calling it a financial challenge and financial difficulties? Was it incompetence, negligence, or something much more nefarious? I believe we need to look back to see what happened. If this was fraud, is it possible to claw back payments and save some jobs? Is this the audit? Oh, actually, you guys actually said the audit is public and on the website, so we can skip that. Well, I understand the want to move forward. 10 years in the military taught me, after every failed exercise, the best thing you can do is an after-actions review to prevent mistakes from being made again. This is the concept we practice after major accidents, whether it be a plane crash or a train wreck. And I assure you, this is a train wreck. As a side note, I find it extremely unfortunate that these staff cuts and faculty cuts were made before the community could have their input heard. Why were these done before the community could speak on it so we can find out exactly what happened? It was done in silence and done in darkness, and nothing positive ever comes from that. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm Martin Palermo. Maybe some of you know. Parent of a 7th grader at Belfort Middle School. I'm also a 20-year educator in the William Floyd School District. And first off, teachers, I understand we were there in 2008-9. We lost 100 teachers. And I'll tell you, it took us till now to get those back. And it is crushing. And so I get it. I don't know where to begin. So I'm going to approach this from a parent. I too, like others had said, am questioning keeping my son in the district. Miss Felice kind of said many of the things that I wanted to say. I think that the district needs to understand, we keep saying that there's these financial challenges, these unforeseen costs. Yes, those things are happening. They're happening in our district as well. There's other things at play here. From what I could research and gather, it's difficult. I'm also have another job, so this has become my full-time job now. The ESSER funds, if you're not familiar with the COVID relief funds, in fact, I was paid partially with those for an external thing that I was doing. So I'm very well aware of these. They're funds that run out. Everyone knew that they would run out. I couldn't figure out what the district actually received. A number between 12 and 17 million is kind of what I could pull from, from online. And they were meant to overcome the challenges of COVID, hiring additional staff, social emotional learning, all these things that we needed. My school every year would move them to the general fund to understand that these budgets are going to be gone. And to my understanding, from what I can tell, it's hard to see, is that those funds or somehow moved to the general fund, I don't know. My question is we have a leadership team, and Mr. Santana, this is really to you. How did you not know that these funds run out? Every teacher that I know knew that. We had to sign some paperwork. Maybe there's some people here that were signing their paperwork, right? We knew they run out. How could you not know? So it's either, I'm worried it's either you don't know, and your team didn't know, or they knew and just said, well, whatever. I don't know which one is worse. But the challenge here of all this is we're now going to try to right the ship, and we do have somebody in place right now that I know, comes with very high regard. We're asking someone who kind of in charge of the Titanic to now is going to right the ship, and we're now supposed to trust this team to get us back on track, and it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. I wish it would, I don't. And how many eyes have seen that budget before it gets signed? It gets signed by assistant superintendent, everyone up through the superintendent and the board. Nobody saw or questioned any of those things. And the last thing I'll lead on is, if you're not aware, we've been dipping into our reserves. We've been paying our bills with our savings account for years. And if we had a savings account, we could have probably righted the ship, or at least almost righted the ship. So instead, for the last how many years, we've been dipping in, which other districts know we don't do that. Sachem did that, and they ran into a big problem as well.
That's right. Ronald Kinsella, Edward Delisette.
Yeah, I'll speak from right here, okay? Okay, I started teaching in 1978, okay? Been living here for 45 years. I taught junior high math in the district twice the size of this, okay? And every year, prepare the kids for the 8th grade assessment test, wait for Newsday's results, and I say, all right, we had 70% for math. And then all my colleagues would say, how do you know they only got 30%, 28% scoring mastery? Okay, in South Country, because they knew I lived in South Country. And it's the same thing year after year, and it's getting worse. Okay? And what burns me so much is I live right around the corner, and I consider myself like the luckiest man around. My 6 grandchildren live right around the corner. And you know what I'm doing? I'm trying to talk to my sons, and I never want to admit this, okay? But I think you gotta get out of here, okay? Because I don't think academically what's going on in South Country, and I'm not blaming the teachers, okay? Tell you a little side note to this, okay? I started teaching in 78. I taught for 2 sets of administrators. The same 3 administrators, okay, for 25 years. Even as we grew with 750 kids a grade. Okay, the same 3 administrators. And you know what? Every teacher in that building would have gone to war with those 3 administrators. Okay? They retired, another set came in, taught with those for 12 years. And you know how a building works? A building works when the teachers want to work their ass off because they know the administrators. You need 3 administrators that will support their teachers, and the teachers will teach to the end for those people. Okay? And that's not happening. Okay? In fact, we've had administrators where I taught where they didn't get tenure, and guess what? South Country hired them. I'm not saying that. So, and now they're bouncing from building to building because South Country doesn't know what to do with them. And they tenure them. That staff comes up to, okay, your scores aren't going in. Okay, because it's very easy to slack. And you got an administration that don't support that teacher. Okay, your scores aren't going anywhere. So you better really think about, there's more things that go into solving these scores and other things. And really take into consideration who you're hiring, what you're hiring, what administrators you're hiring, what transform people you're hiring, and what people you give attention. Because once you get to them, then you stop. My name was on.
Yeah, hi, my name is Corinne. I'm a parent, educator, and taxpayer. It's interesting in the board update today, there was no update about the budget advisory committee from this board. I volunteered in October to be part of this budget advisory committee, which is made up of multiple board members, Superintendent Santana, Mr. Belmonte, and I volunteered my time because I worked for the City of New York during the 2008 fiscal crisis and was part of my agency's all hands on deck plan to kind of deal with the financial crisis. We have met only 3 times despite requests to meet more frequently. The second meeting started an hour and a half before we agreed to meet while I was at work. We have never been provided a complete financial picture of the district. The only substantive discussion we had was at our third meeting on the 4th of December, where Mr. Belmonte presented a plan to save $900,000, and when I brought up that this is state aidable and the actual savings could be significantly less, I was met with a dismissive hostility. We are told we have a 3-year recovery plan, but as far as I'm concerned, there is no multi-year plan, only the concept of a plan. We have such little information in our budget that on February 18th, the 2 citizen members of the Budget Advisory Committee wrote a letter to the Board of Education asking for a clear timeline regarding a multi-year financial plan. We noted that we needed to understand the timeline and to allocate time for review to advise the board. We asked for a community town hall because board meetings do not allow for meaningful dialogue. Questions are refused here. And I know a group of parents sent a letter to Mr. Belmonte and other people asking for a meeting. We were told that that would happen in early March, which has come and gone. And I like to note that Mr. Belmonte frequently brings up Montclair, New Jersey school financial woes as a comparison, and these are not comparable school districts. But I would like to note that Montclair has had 3 public meetings, online and in person, by mid-February to discuss their budget issues. Interactive town hall style meetings. Last year, our vote for a budget adoption is in 6 weeks, all right? I've never received meaningful responses from the letter we wrote. We received a response, but it didn't answer any questions. I have had multiple requests for more information. None of them were replied to. And the response was, we're just not meeting anymore. We had a meeting scheduled Thursday after the storms, and we were told that it was canceled because of the snow. But, the rest of the world wasn't canceled. School wasn't canceled. I had to go to work for 3 days before then. And I asked, why is it being canceled? Because of the snow. I'm not even dignified with a response. I want to say that we were told in April that every budget line was being combed through, every contract, every consultant before we looked at staffing cuts. We were told by Mr. Santana that he hired consultants to review transportation costs. I foiled the contract that was cited by Mr. Santana last April, and I was given a contract proposal for this year, not last year. So the question is, were you being untruthful last year, Mr. Santana? Did you have a consultant that was contracting to review transportation? I think that there's a concern that a lot of these community, there's a lot of lip service that these concerns are being treated with respect, that we have transparency, we have an FAQ online. Questions I asked months ago are not answered on the FAQ. Again, I have to foil to get basic information, and then, we come here and we're told, we're working with the controller's office as if you invited the controller's office into the district. It was parents who invited parents and community members, 175 of them, who petitioned the controller to audit, and we are still petitioning. I'm encouraging everyone to go to tinyurl.com/audit-our-school. Thank you.
all the speakers' cards. I think that we're up to, who is Mr. Belmonte?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
You don't get it again. Santana can't even look at anybody in the eye.
He's scribbling.
Thank you for the opportunity. I don't think there's anything that I could say tonight that could fail to some of the comments that I've heard. As you know, I've been in this business for 35 years. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for coming out. Your comments were very important for me to hear, okay? And especially when we navigate the issues that we have here in South Country School District. The best I can do this evening is probably share with you the process, the budget process, where we are and where we are heading, and what the blueprint is for going forward. First and foremost, I'd like to just talk about the budget process itself. And this budget process that we embarked on this year is a little different than what the district has seen in the past. In the past, you may have seen snippets of different pieces of the budget throughout the process. We took a little bit of a different approach here. We took an approach where we wanted to put together a total budget, a budget that is evolving, and one that is continually updated. So at any point in time, when we look at this budget, the budget is live as to where we are fiscally and the strides that we made in getting to the finish line, if you will, of having the board approve a budget in April. So the annual operating budget is not a static exercise. It's a dynamic, evolving process that continues throughout the fiscal planning. And some of the things that are noteworthy is that through the process, what happens and what we have implemented in the business office. There is an ongoing, continuous review of expenditure trends and operational needs across all departments. And that is quite a yeoman's task. Not only are we reviewing that internally, we have 7 members from the controller's office that's working with me on a daily basis. Okay? So there's a lot of backup, there's a lot of back and forth, there's a lot of evaluation and assessment as to what has happened and what is going to happen. We monitor changes in state aid. We have already identified things that we've started to bring some additional state aid into the school district. More importantly, we spend a significant amount of time evaluating opportunities for cost reductions and operational efficiencies to ensure the program's stabilities. And what do I mean by that? Sometimes when you're in a situation like this, you have to look at your resources. You really have to take a hard look as to those things that may be working and those things that are not working. And look at this as an opportunity. Maybe we could redeploy existing resources to make things better. That happens very, very often within the school district, especially when someone is taking a fresh look at things. And one of the things that, that I pride myself on since I've been here is the implementation of processes and controls. We know how we got here. It was clearly stated within the audit report. The question is, what are we doing to fix it? So the internal controls that may have been lacking are now being put in place. And they're put in place so the fiscal controls are monitored on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. Okay? It is not status quo. It is not what has been happening in South Country before. It is happening now. We are making changes. We are looking at processes. We are looking at things that, who's making decisions? Does the people that are making the decisions have the right information? Are the people that are making those decisions, do they have control of those budgets? Or are they making decisions blindly? So we are looking at all of those things. And hopefully at the end of the day, we're gonna try to put together a proposed budget, as difficult as this is, that is fiscally responsible, educationally sound, and sustainable. Because our goal, everyone knows how deep this problem is. We all heard the numbers. The question is, how can we fix it over a period of time? And what is that time? It can't be fixed overnight. You can't fix a $12 million mistake overnight. Your programs will never, ever look like they are. So when we embark on this process, we do it with every decision. And I said this when the board first hired me. After doing this for many, many years, in several school districts, anytime I ever had to make a decision to cut a budget, I always ask the question. I think my colleagues can attest to this. How does this impact the kids? How does this impact the program? Because that matters. So some of the things that we did to embrace some of the reductions that we had to make, we're looking around the fringes. We're trying to keep the core instructional integrity in place. We're trying to look at some of the non-mandated items, some of the things that I call low-hanging fruit, that you can reduce without having direct impact to the students. So one of my goals, and after seeing what the issues were, and basically going through the current budget and the budget process, is try to bring credibility back to the budget process. Okay? I think everyone has spoken very loudly. I've heard it. Okay? There's concern about credibility of the budget process. I know that without a fiscally sound budget, you do not have an instructional program. That budget has to be the foundation of your instructional program. That is what supports it going forward. I recognize that, and that's what I bring to the table with the South Country Board of Ed and with our administrative team. They probably never met anyone like me before. They could probably agree on that. So some of the things that we did, I talked about enhancing processes and controls. We have many, many controls that we put in the business office for monitoring finances, for managing the budget. It's no longer acceptable that that a report would go out to the Board of Education with a negative balance on it. Transfers are done at the time purchase orders are put in place. Okay? It is not acceptable to run negative balances. It's not acceptable to say, we will cover it at the end of the year. That is poor fiscal management. That has ended, and there are new processes in place. We looked very closely, we made some painful decisions on mid-year reductions, and that has helped us a little bit. We identified some revenues where there were some additional reports that needed to be filed, so we've generated additional transportation aid. We're constantly looking at ways to reduce our costs. And one of the things that we have done is all of our strategic partners, all of our contractors, if you will, people that we work with in the business office, from bond counsel, the fiscal advisor, I personally have reached out to them, and they have either lowered their prices, put off their invoices to the following year, or agreed to hold the line for the current year. And last but not least is a 3-year fiscal recovery plan. I know some people are very anxious about the plan. Everybody would like to have an answer today as to exactly what it is. The only analogy that I could put together in what we are doing here is that the bus is moving at 60 miles an hour. We are trying to change the tire. Okay? It doesn't stop for us to fix it. It's a process. We got a handle on 24, 25 in a very short time. We know what that particular deficit was. And now going 25, 26, we got a very good handle on where we are this year. The deficit concerns we had, 24, 25, is rolled into 25, 26. We will finish the 25, 26 year with a deficit. However, one of the things that we will be talking about is special act legislation. And what that special act legislation does, it allows us to borrow and finance that deficit over a period of time as to not to immediately devastate the instructional program. It gives us the runway. It gives us the room we need to make the financial corrections with the minimal impact to the instructional program. Okay. So one of the roadblocks that I ran into in taking on this project was that despite the efforts that the district is making in trying to cut back, resolve the deficit, the reductions that we make, the increases in some of our contractual costs, our mandated contractual costs, are far exceeding what our reductions are. So we have cost pressure that's upward on the district's budget at the same time as we're trying to reduce spending. And you'll see that in the next couple of slides. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is not a static process. This is a different process than the district has seen before. But what this does is it gives us a snapshot as of today where we are in the budget process and what the numbers are. So this is just a different way to look at the entire spending plan, if you will. And when you look at salary and fringe benefits, the reason why we have that on top, because it makes up about 70% of the overall budget. We're a school district, we're a service-oriented, we're a service organization, and we don't make widgets. We teach kids, we're people. So salary and fringe benefits, number one cost. You can see what's happening. Even though we had made cuts in the salary line above, so we have almost $2 million reduction in salary costs, you see our benefit costs are up over $1.7 million. And we'll see a breakdown of that after that will make that somewhat more clearer. Debt service is up $1.9 million. It's not because of special act legislation. It's because we have new debt service that came on for the EPC project, the Energy Performance Capital Project. that the district took on. So this is now going to be a cost that's within our budget. And also in 26-27, we do have a provision to pay some debt service on borrowing for our special act legislation. Contractual expenses, those are not when you think contractual, your labor contracts, these are contractual expenses that we call in the district our .4 object codes, things like legal fees and contracts and bond counsel and things of that nature. So those are our contractual costs. BOCES, the district subscribes to a substantial amount of BOCES services. Over 14.5 million is the projection for 26-27. One of the recommendations and one of the things that we are doing as a district, we're looking at many of those BOCES programs to see what we may be able to scale back, what we may be able to bring back in-house. And those are the things that yield efficiencies and save the district's costs going forward. Supply costs, back in November, we froze spending on supplies. Not that we cut the buildings off completely, it's basically they still were able to obtain whatever necessary supplies they needed to finish the school year. And for 26-27, we cut supplies across the board 20%. Now, we didn't do that blindly. Before that was done, there was a lot of communication and discussion in the buildings about their current inventory, what they had. Do they really need to buy and spend this particular money? One of the things that we did is we looked at expenditure trends. We looked at multi-years and said, okay, you have $1,000, you've only been spending $500 over the last 2 years. You really need that $1,000. Okay, so it was done with question, and it was done with purpose. Textbooks, that's a very small area. Our textbooks are where they need to be for the next school year. Transportation is an escalating cost. And as additional students come into the district, whether they be special ed or private school, the district has an obligation to transport based on our transportation policy. Okay? And when this happens, a lot of these costs are mandated and somewhat out of our control. Mid-year, we did somewhat of a route efficiency study, if you will. We were able to reduce transportation costs a couple $100,000 without impacting student transportation. We're currently looking at other options to further reduce transportation going forward into the 26-27 school year. The other lines are pretty self-explanatory. Transfer capital, transfer to cafeteria, that's what we use to support our cafeteria fund, and the special aided funds, that's basically our summer school special education program. So, and the equipment, we're basically holding the line, and only health and safety type of equipment is going into the budget for 26-27. So you can see with this type of approach, we know at this particular point on this day that we have a projected budget of 152,172,172. It's up over $5 million from the previous year. It's a 3.4% spending increase. On the other side of the expenditures are the revenues. And a lot of people get these confused. When you look at a school district, there's really two buckets. You got the bucket on the left, which is the expenditures. You got the bucket on the right, which are the revenues. Your revenues have to equal your total proposed budget. Okay, it's simple math. Legally, the district cannot overexpend its voter-approved budget. So what you see here is we start out, and we always start out with our state aid. You'll see our state aid is rather flat. Okay? We're hoping for a little bit more in foundation aid, but we did have a tremendous drop-off in building aid. Our building aid went from this year, from 1.4 million down to about $400,000. So that was a tremendous hit to the district. Then we have other income items, which basically add up to about 2.7 million. So that's part of our revenues. The other half of the revenues is what we call other funding sources. It's not counted as revenues, but we use this to fund a portion of the voter-approved budget. So what you see on the top is what we are recommending for 26-27 from our existing reserves. Now, I have to say, from the 24-25 deficit, we have no unappropriated fund balance. We have no unassigned fund balance. That is currently at negative 1.8 billion. And that's because of the situation that we ended up in. And plus, a significant amount of our restricted reserves, the reserve for ERS, TRS, unemployment, those are referred to as restricted reserves. Those are very limited. So we made a conscious decision in 25-26. We're not going to apply all of the reserves to the budget. We're going to very prudently leave some so we're able to have some revenues in 26-27. The takeaway here is that after next year, there are no other reserves. Okay, the reserves are practically depleted. And that's problematic for a school district. You'll see a new line in there called Special Act Legislation, Deficit Band and Borrowing. A band is considered a bond anticipation note. And what a Special Act legislation will do for us, it'll let us fill the hole to make sure that we don't overexpend the voter-approved budget. That's all it does. The Special Act legislation requires the governor's approval. As you heard by the superintendent's presentation, we're working very carefully with our legislators to get that legislation passed in the governor's budget. It's very important to the district. If it doesn't end up in the governor's budget, then alternative B would be a standalone, which is very, very, I don't want to say very, very, but more difficult process to get passed. Nonetheless, I'm hoping within the next month or so, and when the state budget is resolved, that we will have this authority. You need to have special legislation to go out and do this borrowing. This is going to give us that runway I talked about to fund the problem over multiple years without just hacking everything all in 1 year. So as you can see, the total revenues is 152, 172. It's the same as the budget appropriations on the previous slide. You can see that the projected revenue increase is 3.4%. And what I did on the bottom is just a projection on what the impact to the taxpayer would be. And doing a little research for South Country, I understand that the average taxable assessed value is about $2,600. So multiplying that out by the projected tax rate, you can see that there's a possible proposed estimated of $442 a year or $40 a month increase where we stand now. Keep in mind, the process is still going on. And that's before any star payments. So that gives you an idea of both the expenditure and the revenue side and what we have been doing to get the situation under control. So this is just another way to look at the revenue sources for the district. One of the things that we indicated was revenues are flat. You can see that your property taxes comprise about 50% of your overall revenue. Your other income is a very small percentage. Your pilot payment, another very small percentage. State aid is a larger percentage. And keep in mind, when any of these other pieces of the pie shrink, it usually moves over to the tax property taxes, okay? The new thing up there is the deficit borrowing. It was that $6.6 million you saw on the previous slide. That constitutes about 4%. That $6.6 million, that's a target number that we have to keep taking down. Even though we're making reductions this year, a 3-year plan, you have to make reductions next year and the year after. Either you make reductions or revenues increase. Okay, it's really simple math, and that's what happens. So we have the foundation, we have the blueprint, we're monitoring it, we know where we're going, we're working with the Controller's Office. One thing I should mention, that if we do get the special act legislation, it does require to be certified by the Controller's Office. So we just don't get the authority to borrow. And with that comes a whole bunch of strings. If you borrow, there's reporting that gets done quarterly to the Controller's Office, and then also annually. There's also reporting that gets done to the State Education Department.
When do we find out, sorry if you said this, when do we find out if we qualify or?
Well, we've been working with our legislators, and we understand that they're discussing it in the governor's office, and we're hoping that it ends up in the governor's bill. Okay? So
we don't know when that is.
The question, it's inside the state budget, correct?
We want it to be inside the state budget.
Upon approval of the state budget, if our item is there, it isn't approved until the state budget is approved.
Correct. But if our item is not there, as I mentioned, then the district has to try to go for standalone. And what that means, we look to put up legislation outside the state budget. And that's sometimes a much harder lift, okay, once the budget's been approved. So our window of opportunity is right now. And we've been very active in reaching out to the appropriate people to make sure that that's in there. We can't guarantee it, but we are doing everything that we need to do on our end. Okay. You heard me talk about special act legislation. I keep saying this, and I'll probably keep saying this, because people think that if I borrow, the problem is solved. No, it is not. What the special act legislation does, it lets you finance the deficit. It does not fix the deficit. We have to fix the deficit. We have to reduce those costs and eliminate that deficit. This is only a means to carry us through a couple of years, okay? And that's pretty explanatory. Okay. You saw on the first slide, we showed how the benefits were outpacing the savings that we've made in salary reduction so far. So this is just gives you an idea. It goes right down the line from state retirement, which is ERS to TRS to Social Security. So you'll see in our teachers' retirement, we have a very nice reduction, 1.7 million. Now that's a combination of one, TRS lowering their rate for 26-27, which is a plus, and based on the staffing reductions that the district has planned to make. So that's reducing that cost, as well as Social Security. You can see now, if you go down to health insurance is a very large cost driver. We're seeing a 12% increase in health insurance, which is a $2.7 million increase from the previous year. And that's one of those mandated costs that are basically out of our control. We are looking at other things to make sure that we can control those costs as best we can. But when those increases come in, it's based on the number of staff and eligibility. And the other benefits you can see are relatively small. But that gives you a good idea of where the cost drivers are and what's happening in this particular area. Okay. So trying to sum this up and bring it to some type of closure. When we started draft 1 about at the last meeting, we were at 152.5. we had a 3.6% spending increase, budget increase. We were at the property tax cap at 6.51%. And again, that number that we had circled for the special act legislation deficit borrowing was 6.9 million. So after the efforts over the week, as you saw, from adding things, subtracting things, we came up with draft 2, which was slightly less than draft 1, 3.4% spending, still at the cap. And special act legislation is down to 6.6, okay? Hopefully we can get that down a little bit more before we get the board to approve a proposed budget for 26-27. And that would be our goal as well. I know this is not a popular topic for some, but we were asked to bring this forward again for discussion. And the possibility to put a proposition up with the budget to reduce our costs by $900,000. We all know the impact of this. It brings our budget down to a 2.79% spending increase. And what it would do, it would allow the district to reduce the mileage from 25 miles to 15. Many school districts on Long Island, 15 miles is the state minimum. And that's what many school districts have. So this is some of the things that, the difficult decisions that we look at to say, okay, if you're able to save $900,000 here, then how much are you saving in staffing or other instructional costs?
Are teachers saved if this goes through?
The answer would be yes, because we would be able to offset some of those reductions by this reduction.
You have to lower the tax cap?
You have to lower the tax cap, you said last time.
Okay, everybody's anxious. Okay. So what happens is that if we're at the draft 2 budget now, 152.1, and we know that it's 3.4, it's 6.51, if the proposition is approved, the tax cap does go down, the proposed levy goes down to 5.25%. Okay, and I do have a note on the side that the transportation cost does generate transportation aid, and we have a transportation aid ratio 56.7%. And the way transportation aid works, this is what's called an expenditure-driven aid. You got to spend the money to get the money. So what happens, you spend it in 1 year, you get the aid in the next year. So effectively what would happen if this referendum passed, we would reduce the 26-27 budget by $900,000. We would still get the transportation aid in the 26-27 budget. The transportation aid would be reduced in the 27-28 budget. But yeah, we would go for private school, it would go from 25 to 15 if the proposition passed.
There's no religious-based education that's within even 15 miles currently. Like St. John's is a Catholic-based education there, and you're taking away all of those kids' bus. You know what I mean? So effectively, we would be adding students to the high school with the cost of district money, because as it stands right now,
If they don't move out of the district.
Excuse me, but this is exactly the kind of information we would like to have delivered by having you speak during public session, as opposed to engaging.
We didn't know you were going to extend it.
One of the things that, the other thing that I probably should have mentioned in the very beginning is that when you embark on this type of process, you need to look at everything. It may not be a solution that ends up getting adopted or embraced. It may not be something that's liked, but we as a district, me in particular, we have those difficult discussions. And for nothing more to determine, is it a viable solution? What is important for the district? Okay, and to establish those priorities. Okay, we shouldn't be afraid to talk about anything in this budget if it has to do with reducing costs. That's how you can put together a budget where the community can support and you have efficiencies going forward. Okay, so this is one of the things, again, it's an opportunity to bring down costs. We know it impacts 121 students in the schools. It's not to say, but ultimately it'll be the Board of Ed's choice as to whether this ends up on the referendum.
If the $900,000 that is cut is replaced by teacher salaries, so the budget doesn't go down.
We're having
is the tax
a
cap
presentation right now.
I asked this question by email and it was ignored, so I'm asking it now publicly.
How many jobs are saved?
I'm going to finish the presentation.
It's never been answered. Even last time when we asked that, it was not answered.
Mr. Belmonte, how many jobs would be saved if this proposition were to go through?
Well, it really depends on the salary of the individual, and you know, if the average salary of a teacher is, let's say, with benefits up to $100,000, it could be anywhere from 7 to 9 teachers.
How is that possible if we're lowering the tax cap and you're losing the next year's building? You never look at this. This is part of my critique of how we're doing this. As a member of the Budget Advisory Committee, you never look at things 1, 2, 3 years out. These are multi-year things.
And I have to agree, I was on the Budget Advisory Committee. I have a,
Conversation with the board.
all right, I'm gonna ask Mr. Belmonte a
Some of
question.
the questions
All right.
that you're asking are things I know board members are going to
I've
ask.
asked the Budget Advisory Committee meetings, I've emailed you them,
All right,
I'm coming here, why won't you answer
please
that?
permit us.
I'm going to agree with the speaker that the Budget Advisory Committee was nothing but lip service.
Yes.
It did not work. It absolutely did not
Just
work.
like the Finance Committee before.
With respect to the question before about the Catholic school services, I think the figure is 121 students, if all those students who no longer have the services of the buses were to then transfer to South Country School Districts, what would be the impact on the district, approximately? Could you prepare that for the board for the next meeting? Madam President, could we have that prepared? Could we have that prepared?
Translate your question, basically, what would happen if we absorbed 121 more students? And how would that affect the projections about our expenses going forward?
On the budget for the
And
20.
how would that also affect the projections about our need for staffing?
Correct. Thank you.
So if we could get some information on that at the next meeting. Could I just ask you one sort of structural question?
Certainly.
Right now, we're talking about possibilities. And you're going to be adding to that over the next meeting, is that correct? So this
Yes.
is not the entire picture.
No, it's not. We talked about many things, and you know, as I mentioned earlier, some of the things that we bring up are very difficult discussions, and I can give the board an idea of some of the topics that we are talking about, that we are looking at. We're looking at late buses across the district. We're not looking at just providing regular transportation. The late buses from the 2:30 to 3:30 to 5 cost out what that impact would be, but more importantly, the impact of the program and the kids as well. Okay, we're looking at some curriculum writing in the general fund. We have some curriculum writing monies that are in our special aid funds. We're in a pretty good place, so we might have an opportunity to kind of reduce some of that. We're talking about summer school. We're talking about guidance summer school and salaries as well. We're talking about music field trips. We're talking about the 3 large field trips for Washington, Frost Valley, and medieval times. We're talking about intramurals at Frank P. Long. We're looking at, and one thing that made it into this budget, we looked at athletics at the middle school. The second middle school team is reducing those teams to 1. We're also looking at our BOCES cost that we saw was over $14.5 million. These are difficult decisions and discussions. They're not written in concrete that we're going to put them in and use them to reduce the budget. There's a lot of dialogue and there's a lot of thought that goes into it before we bring it forward to the Board of Ed.
The problem that we have tonight is there's a deadline for putting a proposition on the ballot.
Yes.
And that decision has to be made tonight, even though we don't have the information about the rest of the development.
May I offer some information? So one of the things we did look at with the assistant Mr. Belmonte is the impact of reducing the tax levy base by $900,000. We talked about that first. Mr. Belmonte, correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to pass a referendum and our tax levy was reduced by $900,000, and next year's tax levy was 2%, that difference represents about $18,000 of lost revenue. If next year's tax levy was 5%, that loss of revenue represents $45,000. In terms of the state aid, you're correct. We received state aid at a rate of about 56.7%. That represents something like $505,000 a year. So the net loss of that aid is there, but again, the overall cost is reduced by $400,000. So if you look at the savings of $400,000 minus the loss of revenue, which is range from $18,000 and 2% tax levy next year, or 5% tax levy the following year, of $45,000, we're still looking at a savings of about $350,000 a month. Presenting this just as information for the board to ponder. But that's kind of the projection of the loss of revenue that would result from passing the referendum. This is not to say the impact it has on families or community members. Ensuring that's money that can be appropriated for different areas. In terms of the impact of 121 students enrolled in our schools, the reason it's difficult to answer is because you have to look at the distribution of those students and the grades that they're in. If they're evenly distributed along K-12 grades, the impact would be minimal because they get absorbed into our classes. If the majority of them are, represent an impact on individual grades, obviously that's going to have staffing implications. So that's sort of one way of looking at it, and some things that we consider.
I'm wondering why we're not entertaining the fact of what all the other teachers were saying, like central office. There's nothing about that in there.
We're going to do a point of order here. Are we going to reopen our public comment?
It says question discussion on the
No. No, we had collapsed all the public comment into one section and asking for
how come you don't address anything in the
questions and discussion of
everything is just taken away from the kids and the teachers? Why?
Without the public knowledge.
I just don't understand why are you taking away from the kids and the teachers, but not anything above? Is there a reason? There's nothing to discuss in the presentation.
We're going to have to, if you finished your presentation,
Yes, I
it's
did.
been kind of disjointed right here.
That's okay.
Because I know there are questions for the board. And that's what the questions discussion is intended for at this point. We will get to that in a minute. Right now, I'm looking at question.
Just for clarity, tonight, Board of Ed is voting, for clarity, just the Board of Ed is voting on a referendum to allow the public to make this decision, We're not voting on whether this is going to be passed or not. We're voting on purely giving the public and the community the option to vote this yes or no.
That is correct. The timeline tonight allows
The
us.
only reason this is the one topic that's being discussed is because it's a policy that has to be adjusted compared to all the other line items are done as a part of the entire budget.
Right, and there is a timing issue to get it in the legal ad and advertised accordingly.
So our job as the board is to represent the community and give them an option on this.
But does that option not include saving teacher jobs? It looks like it was just saving money, not saving to, it shouldn't be saving, it should be the same dollar amount with keeping some teachers or making that an additional option. Is it only one referendum, or could there be multiple referendums offered as an option to the public?
I'll ask that question again. If the referendum is only, this is the only item that can be a referendum because this is a policy compared to those are budget line items. Now, I think what the assumption would be, and I think I heard someone say, how much would it save in teachers? And your response was somewhere between 7 and 10 teachers indirectly with their savings. Okay, so I don't think we can say that the lines items match 1-to-1 in that regard, but I do think that this $900,000 plus the $492,000 this year that it would be savings could possibly and potentially save upwards of 7 to 10 teachers.
For next year?
Can I question? I understood that that's a transportation route, so you can't dip everywhere. That was in the past, and that's why I access from the beach. So what I understand is that you can't take transportation lanes and save my job. Is that?
So one of the things that will answer your question. So we can't proactively reduce the budget by the cost of this transportation. The proposition has to pass first, and that's why it affects the tax levy. So if this proposition were to be presented to the public for a vote, that does not mean that we can change or take, proactively, increase our expenditures. The vote would have to take place first. I don't know if that answers your question. So we wouldn't have a choice. So for example, we can't propose, let's say, a budget above the 6.51% at an amount of $900,000. That should the proposition pass, will reduce the tax levy to 6.51 and back to the cap. It has to be done in this manner. So at this point, we can't simply say we're going to save $900,000 and apply it to salaries. The proposition would have to be passed by the public. Again, what we're doing is simply presenting this information to the public. That's how it works legally. Anytime we change transportation, it has to be done by proposition by community vote.
So let me ask the question about that. Is this an effort to lay the groundwork for the 3-year plan that you have going forward?
Yes, because we are reducing costs going forward. We're reducing your costs going forward, and even net of aid, you will consistently, after the 27-28 school year, still see a $400,000 reduction of cost. Yeah, but that revenue, as you indicated, was $18,000. If you do the math, it's $18,000. So effectively, what we're saying is, so yes, it would be about $400,000 and less $18,000. You're still achieving a savings going forward, and the revenue is coming down.
Then you have to hire teachers for the 120-some students that are going to probably come back to our district.
They're not coming
Hold on. People, please. Not coming back.
Hold on. Let me remind everybody, I know that there is a lot of interest in this, but we need to follow our protocols on board meetings and let the trustees ask questions right now.
So, Mr. Belmont, we've had the discussion between the board, the administration, the public has been the 3-year plan to return to some fiscal responsibility. This proposition, if passed, as presented, would reduce the expenditure for next year by $900,000. Is that correct? It would also reduce the income received from the tax levy by $900,000 for next year, correct? For the 26-27 year.
We vote on a budget in 26.
Vote on the budget now, and the transportation expenses are reduced in 26, 27. The reduction of aid comes in 27, 28.
No, I didn't say aid. My question was, is that the tax, the cause, is a cause and effect. If the proposal is approved, it reduces the expenditure that we have to incur on transportation by an estimated $900,000.
That's correct.
It also reduces the amount of money we receive as a district by $900,000 on the tax levy.
You're reducing your tax levy.
Next year alone, for a single year, we will receive the $500,000 for having spent the $900,000 in the 25-26 year.
That's correct.
So we will not have that additional income in 26-27. We will no longer get that benefit, correct?
That is correct, but your expenditures are still going to be down by close to $400,000. So you're not going to get the income, but your expenses going forward are still going to be lower.
Well, the expenses, but if we outpace transportation, still running.
I guess just from a fiscal perspective, and nothing else, just from a fiscal perspective, one could say, do you want to spend $900,000 to get back $493,000?
And you're helping me make some of my point, which is, or at least answering the questions that I think are just trying to be addressed. And it's taken me a while to get to them over the last couple of months as well, which is that if we reduce our expenses by $400,000, based on the 3-year plan and the principles that have been discussed, the only thing that we're going to do is reduce the borrowing that we're doing. We're not going to bring back staff because we save it. We're going to save it in the borrowing that we're going to do.
That is correct. This is by lowering your expenditures. You're not going to be lowering your expenses by $400,000. You're going to be lowering your expenses by $900,000. The expenses, considering the revenue, what I said earlier, you have the 2 buckets. So the revenue bucket is on the right-hand side. So continually, your budget would always be down $900,000, beginning in the 97 to 27, 28 year. It's the second time I did that. 27, 28 year, your revenue is going to be down $400,000.
No, but I guess I'm getting back to the other point right now that we've been asked about teachers, or that's been sort of tonight's central theme, that there is no promise or proposition that says simply because we save that money that we're going to save teachers' jobs. That ultimately it's reducing it's only going to reduce the borrowing. It's so, and that $500,000 is short term. The benefit for the district.
Let me exactly just to follow to that though. If that $500,000 doesn't come from there, it will come from another place. We have to reduce spending no matter what. So if it's not $500,000 from this area, it could be $500,000 more in teachers.
That is correct.
500,000 more in teachers possibly. Beyond what was
right. There's the general proposition, Mr. Belmonte, is that, and that's part of what you have been preaching from the first day that you walked in, is that right now our expenses exceed our revenues.
Yes.
So that we're as a result, and we have done it over a number of years, that we have exceeded, or our expenses have exceeded our revenue for several years. That's not something that didn't pop off. Yes, there were over expenditures, but this has been a building theme. So that no matter what, the general principle here is you're looking to cut costs.
You have to bring your expenditures, you're absolutely right. You have to bring your expenditures down in line with your revenues. And specifically, because you do not have the reserves and fund balance that you had in the past. So that is more of a very, very important reason that those 2 things need to align. So you have to either bring your costs down, or we have to bring our revenues up. Either one works.
And from this standpoint, this is regardless of whether teachers' propositions, at least for the foreseeable future, this is going to be an annual repeat based on that $6.6 million deficit hole that exists.
Until that number disappears and we're able to begin to generate some surpluses, again, to start to restore the fund balance and reserves. Yes.
Can you clarify that one more time? Because the way you're explaining it, if we vote for the proposition, nothing would happen for the rest of this school year. Next school year, we would save $900,000. The following school year, they would only recognize maybe $400,000 in savings for the following year. Is that how it's?
No, that's not how it works. Everybody wants to net the two. I think it's important to note that when a budget is presented to the community is voting on the budget. They're not voting on the expenditures. They're not voting on anything else. So when you look at the expenditure side of the budget, you have to look at that in isolation. Why? Because that's what the taxpayers vote on. So if we're reducing our expenses by $900,000 in 1 year, I don't care if it's for anything, for reducing widgets, okay? That $900,000, effectively, if you're not budgeting again for the next year, you're saving that $900 throughout. Now, if you want to add the impact of the revenue, you have to do that on the side. And you say, okay, in 27, 28, we're going to lose $500,000 worth of transit. So we're still down $900,000, but then we're losing on the revenue side only another $500,000 in transportation.
Plus what we lost
But
this
the bottom line is that you always have that savings moving forward because the expenditure saving outweighs what the loss of revenue is. So you're still going to end up with budgetary savings.
$400,000.
$400,000, yes.
Correct. Because we're still receiving the revenue next year, then following year we're not.
Right, that'll be like $500 more, so you look at
1 year of more
revenue.
And then the following years,
It goes
we
down.
don't see as much value in that.
Right, but your expenditures still go down by $900.
Yeah. So next year and the following years, we would still have more revenue.
Correct.
But is it too early to say, would we be saving jobs, or would we just be continuing to make cuts?
Well, once again, this is a multi-year plan. And this is one of the things that we talked about, around the fringes that may not have a, direct impact. And I know some people would say, well, what if all of those people come back into the district? Yes, you would have to accommodate them, but as the superintendent said, it would really depend on their grade level and where they would go. The reality of that happening is, I'm not sure.
What would you do if you were on the board?
He's not here next year.
I'm listening to what he has to say. So if you think that this is really helping the district, why would we not do that? We are saving $400,000. Yes. Whether it goes to saving jobs or not, it's money that we don't have to make up.
I'll exit on Mr. Moore's behalf. Mr. Belmonte, what's your recommendation? I'll exit on Mr. Moore's behalf because he's supposed to be directed as a question from the board.
Talk about putting pressure on them.
Yeah, your recommendation, obviously.
Well,
we're saving $400,000. Yes.
Look, my recommendation is we spend many hours agonizing over those things that would have the least amount of impact to our core instructional program here. When we look at what things that we bring forward, one of the things to consider is if we didn't do this and save $900,000, would we have to cut another $900,000 in staff? Okay, so it's almost like the worst of two evils. If we didn't think it was fiscally responsible, we wouldn't bring it forward. But ultimately, it is the board's decision, and the community does have to vote. This is putting a proposition on the ballot gives the community the choice. You people say yes or no. Not us. We're just bringing it to you.
Correct.
And that's how it works.
Just to echo Mr. Belmonte's comment, we can't promote the passage of this transportation proposition. It's not permissible for us. All we can do is present information. So to ask Mr. Belmonte to recommend it or not is somewhat of an unfair question, because you can't really say I recommend it or I don't recommend it. What we can do is communicate the facts associated with the referendum. And the fact is that yes, it reduces our base levy by $900,000 on the revenue side. It also reduces the expenditures by $900,000 on the expenditure side. Next year, and this is again hypothetical, should a referendum pass, the $900,000 is removed from our expenditures. We will receive the approximately $500,000 in state aid in 26, 27. And in future tax levies, again, if the tax levy based on this lower base was 2% next year, we would lose out on approximately $18,000 in revenue. If the tax levy was 5%, it's about $45,000. And then you can kind of take that into perpetuity. If you look long term, the annual savings are about $400,000. But again, in terms of us recommending what direction the community should take or board should take, it's not permissible. But those basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rabate, is kind of the sort of the facts surrounding the proposition.
So basically, you're providing us with information about an alternative. And the alternative with regard to the private school transportation is time sensitive, because in order to get it on the ballot, the decision has to be made tonight. And it's not that the board is making a decision that should be done, we're only making a decision that it goes on the ballot. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the taxpayers have the authority to approve or deny. That's the bottom line. You're giving the community the choice. That's what this announcement.
After most of the community what?
You're good.
No.
We're here.
The district clerk's correct, so the proposition deadline of March 20th is for community members, not for board propositions.
Any more questions from board members about this?
Thank you for answering our questions. I think this was productive at the end.
If you really want to save money in the future, you have to really look at your book. I've lived through it along with, but the only way we're able to save money, okay, 90%, 95% of our special kids are educated in district, okay? And then, if you can get your vocational budget down, which many districts are doing, okay, then all of a sudden that 14-point-something million is cut in half. And as far as cutting summer school is the cheapest way to get kids ready. We did it one year, we had a 13th grade, we had 180 kids in grade 13. And it's more expensive to educate them throughout the year than it is for 6 weeks, 8 weeks in summer school. So cutting summer school is not the answer. You got to really eye your Boise budget, because that's where you can save money. You bring back 3 kids from Boise, that pays for all your middle school sports. That affects a lot more kids.
Let me just try to say this again. This is an ongoing process under the guidance of Mr. Belmonte and the district administration. The only issue that is time sensitive is this transportation proposition. None of the other issues will be discussed further. Looking down at Mr. Belmonte for that, correct? Only if the board is going to do another motion.
I have a motion. For anybody who's speaking, if they have a comment, I'd like to hear it. Is that here through what we have?
Well, I would like to get the card
clarification of anybody else.
Okay,
In
so-
the event that a public speaker would like to make an additional
We're
comment
going to-
or request, I make a motion to allow them,
We'll do
provided
that.
they allow the stuff cover the public.
Okay. Okay, and, all in favor? Unanimous? Yep, second, I think, Ross made the motion, Lee second. Still here? All right, I see somebody's ringing up. Okay, we'll call, Karim Khan, and then, next up after that is Amanda Sorry. And number 3, this is Marina Bitzel.
I want to, President Hayes, can you please explain to me the multi-year impact of the, what we're about to just vote on, what the board is about to vote on regarding this? I also want to say, like, this is in some sense a financial malpractice to have everyone do mental gymnastics at 11 p.m. to understand the multi-year impact of something. I probably support it, to be honest, but I don't understand it, and I'm having a hard time. So I'll stop talking if you could just let me know, as board president, what is the multi-year impact of this? We're saying right now the difference between 5.25 and 6.5 is something like $900,000. Is that what we're saying in terms of the tax cap impact? Which is not just this year, that goes forward as well. We're saying that we're saving $900,000 this year. We're going to lose. I would like to hear you explain it to me as the board president.
As Mr. Belmonte has said, and he said it several times tonight, he said it, if you look solely at the budget side, the $900,000 that we're talking about comes off the budget, which means that our need for money is reduced. And right now, our need for money is enhanced because of the prior deficit that got rolled over and the short-term borrowing that will have to take place. So by reducing the expenses this year, that reduction will continue year after year after year.
Not true.
In terms, assuming that other expenses don't get added up. So this
It's
is
not 900, it's 900,000 for the first year.
right, for the first year, that's the reduced expense. It's also giving us a baseline for the next year's budget, and it would be at a reduced level. Whereas if we have the 900 in this year, our baseline going into next year would be 900 more. So we have a reduction on the budget side. It does have impact on the revenue side because of the way the state aid reimbursement works. And that, for the next year, we get a nice bump by the state reimbursement because that is reimbursement to the expense we had this year. The following year, we don't get that bump because we would not have the expense
Yeah, how do we get to 18? Because the difference between 6.5 and 5.25 on $71 million. Yes, sorry.
That's reported to us, so I would have to ask Mr. Belmonte and the superintendent how that 18,000 is calculated. That is the information that's provided to us.
Well, the $18,000 represents if our tax levy is lowered by $900,000, based on that new base amount, and we ask for a 2% increase in the tax levy for 27-28, right? The difference in that 2% without the $900,000 would be $18,000. That's based on the $76 million or whatever the tax levy is.
So we're cutting $900,000 in busing costs, and we're losing $900,000 in revenue because the tax cap goes from 6.5 to 5.25 every year going forward now. And then you're saying the next year there'll be a 2% on top of that prior.
No, that's what I'm trying, I struggle with the same pieces, so I want everybody to understand. Part of this is whack-a-mole. You're gonna push down one, put down another. When you're asking to expand and look at multiple years, the projection was given assuming what tax increase was to occur the next year. It's just an assumption. We don't know until that tax year comes. So what they did was they said, assume a 2% tax increase. If it was just a 2% tax increase, they're saying it would be an $18,000 difference in the money we would get. If it goes to a 5% tax cap, there's a $45,000 difference. So you have to play in your head with some of those numbers to figure that part out.
So going out to like year 3, we're cutting transportation to save $18,000. Is that the net benefit here?
You know, so we have to remember that the expenses were also. That's the other side of it. So yes, the $900,000 is gone from the base amount, but the expenditure is gone as well. So when you propose a tax levy for the subsequent year, you don't have that $900,000.
You're asking, there's 2 different buckets that you have to address, and then you have to put them together in each spot. So to answer your question, $18,000. The tax on $700,000, right? No, the 2% on the $76 million increase on taxes. So I'm going to use an example. If our tax base this year, everybody gets $76 million as our tax base. That gets spread out amongst all of our properties. So we're going to pull in as a school district $76 million for taxes. We don't give a number when we do the increase, we give a percentage. So you add 2% to the $76 million, right? You follow so far?
That's $1.5 million, right? 2% times $76 million is 1.5.
I'm going to give you specific numbers.
I'm using it as an example.
Yeah.
We're asking you what the 2% is. The 2% is whatever the tax base number is. If the tax base is $76 million, the next year's bump would be 2%, would be whatever number, 1.5, if that's what you're coming up with.
Yeah.
Okay. Now assume you approve the proposition. And let's assume for the conversation that the proposition is $1 million. So instead of us getting $76 million in revenue, we get $75 million in revenue. The next year when I get that 2% increase on my taxes, I get the 2% on the $75 million. So what's the difference between the 1.5 you calculated and the 2% on $75 million?
I'm going to give you exact numbers, Trustee Ross. So the proposed tax levy is 6.5%, is $76,149,521. Minus $900,000, it is late to your point. The new adjusted tax levy would be $75,249,521. So now let's move to next year. Without the referendum, that tax levy is going to be $76,149,521, right? If there was a 2% increase on that tax levy, the increase would be $1.522990 million. If the referendum passes and the tax levy is down to $75,249,521, the money is generated by a 2% tax levy is going to be $1.5,004,990. The difference between the two is $18,000.
Yeah, but the base is also different. The base is also different.
That's the that's so okay. You're asking if you're trying to stretch it out. If the $900,000 is reduced, you agree that your tax number every year, when they give us that percentage, that's how much the tax base is increasing year to year, right? Okay. So the base number, the floor that you start off with, if it starts off lower, it doesn't go as high. If it starts off higher, it goes higher. So they're saying that the calculations are saying that for a simple 2% difference, the difference that I think that you're trying to stretch and put your head around is that $18,000 is in perpetuity. You've lost that over every tax year going forward. So whether it's a 5-year budget.
Isn't the $900,000 in perpetuity as well? We're talking about the difference next year on the 2%.
Because the $900,000 is a reduction in expenses.
No, but it's also a reduction in revenue because it's the difference between 5.2 and 6.5.
So look at it this way: the reduction of $900,000 in expenses nullifies the reduction in revenue, right? So that's zero. So then you have to look at.
So the budget impact of this is $18,000 next year, right? We're cutting 100 transportation for 2 years.
Not next year.
The point I'm trying to make is like this is not the way to do public policy. And I you know, when I worked for the city of New York, I would have council members call my office and ask me on major tax reforms, "Can you please explain it to me?" I said, "You voted on it yesterday. How can you not understand this?" And you know, these things should be understood. They should be explained. This is why we have a business office with a staff that is supposed to explain this stuff. It shouldn't be, oh, that's what the business office says, because that's the kind of stuff that got us into this in the first place. Thank you.
So I'm going to explain it again, and that's just the truth. Again, the difference in the base revenue is $900,000, but you also don't have the expense. So those two sort of cancel each other out mathematically.
So the net benefit of cutting 121 kids' transport is in 3 years out is $18,000.
And also the savings and the expenditure of $400,000 net savings. You can't discount that.
Let's go back and try to.
Mrs. Sarah, Dr. Sarah. She was spoke next, Mrs. Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just, a quote from everything that we just heard. There have been years of over expenditure, which have led to the place we are now, right? That this was a quote. Sure, years of it. Who will be held accountable for that? Who has been held accountable for that? I want to explain why this is important. It's not just because of anger or beef or anything. This is a fiscal issue because all of this, why we're here so late at night, is a trust issue. There is no trust that our board and our business office and our admin are able to fix this for us because they are the ones that brought us to this point. I understand it's not everybody on our board. I understand it's not any bad intentions. But this question about who has been held accountable is critical. I can't tell our kids that they will lose their sports, they will lose their instruments, they will lose their folks that teach them that they love, and say you are the only ones who have to suffer and pay for this. That is not right and that is not fair. There has to be some sense of shared suffering, shared loss, so that we don't get here again. I think this is extremely important. And also it deals with trust issues. We are arguing over math. We should not have to do this. We should trust that the folks in charge are able to do this. A piece of the options we've not talked about, because I'm all about trying to find fixes. There should be more input from moms, dads, folks who teach, experts, into our district's fiscal issues. We are glad to have an expert here. At the end of this year, he will cash his check and he'll be gone. That will be it, right? We have to have some new systems to help us create new outcomes. Otherwise, we'll be here year after year arguing excesses. This is not the way to do it. So let's actually talk about what we want to see in future. For trust, we need some more voices, right? I have lots of thanks for everybody on the board. We can also add in other groups that can help to advise the board. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Before you go, I just want to make a comment. I just want to thank you for all of your community activism because of your dedication to the community and your outreach. You got the controller's office to our district before we did. I don't think we were proactive enough in doing so. And that's why they're here sooner rather than later. I didn't mention it earlier, but I probably should have, that I can't believe we're in, what are we, in the middle of March now? We still don't have our forensic audit, forensic investigation complete to know who's responsible, to hold them accountable. One of the very first things I said to Mr. Belmonte when he first got here is that whoever is responsible, I want them held accountable. And I think all the board members share that feeling as well. But we don't know who's responsible at this point. There's many fingers pointing in many different directions, but we're still not clear on who's responsible and where that responsibility lies. So that question is still out there, and I just wanted to thank you for your advocacy and want you to know that I am very much still looking, and I believe the board is still looking for that responsibility. Thank you.
Well, that's extremely, it's kind of you to say. I want to note that it was a group of people who were trying to work together to get the state audit, so it's not only me at all. I do think that I'm glad that this was raised about the fiscal audit. I hate to say it, the group that we did bring on to do the fiscal audit had not done a fiscal audit of a school district. Did not do such an audit of a school district before, from what I have seen. So again, this comes back to the trust issues, right? So my time is up. I'll leave it for the next person.
Your point about the trust issue is very well taken, but in terms of the controller's audit, this district had been under a controller's office about 20 years ago, and all school districts are on a controller audit cycle. We were due for one. They kind of backed up there in the controller's office. We were due for one anyway, and luckily with our council's decision, council's office had reached out to them, and they did come in and they're doing the audit, and it's working to our benefit right now.
And I have to say something. On my first meeting of the Budget Advisory Committee, Mr. Belmonte said that the comptroller will not come into the district. No, it's
I'm just standing. I just wanted to say that, sitting in this room today has made me feel so sad for all of our children. Those who go to public school and those who go to private school. And one of the points I want to make about our kids is that every child deserves safe and reliable transportation to our schools. For years, the district has defined that obligation by giving transportation for 15 to
chose this place as our home with the understanding that that was an option for our family. We have chose to not participate in public school for religious reasons, and for us, this ability to be in this district has made a significant determination in how we chose and where we chose to raise our kids. So to hear that we could retroactively, the board could retroactively, or the community could retroactively remove or limit our transportation without adequate notice prior to the 26-27 school year places an unreasonable amount of undue burden on the families who rely on this district's well-established practices. And I heard the room, and I do not like hearing teachers getting cut. I do not like hearing services getting cut. So I'm in full agreement with the applause and the dedication that teachers deserve, as a community deserves, and all of our kids deserve. But I want to bring back this very important point that this is about safety. Our children deserve to have a safe ride to and from school. I also want to respectfully caution the district, the rights of families who choose religious education. We are limited in those options in our district. Many of our religious options are outside of the 15-mile radius. So again, I urge the board to consider both the impact this has on families, and you know, it's hard to be in this room. It truly is, because the only people hurt are really all of the kids. And this is such a beautiful place to live, and I'm proud to call it my home. So to hear comments that, you know, cut the funding for the rich kids. My husband's family has been here for 30 years. Okay, we are not rich. This is a financial sacrifice that we make because we want our children to have a safe education. And although it's our choice, personally, the school district has provided this funding for more than 30 years. To expect us to now readjust our future because of decisions is really, really harmful, I think, to many of the families, both in the religious and non-religious schools. So thank you.
Is this Michelle Piramonte? I'm not reading, I'm having trouble reading the first name. That's correct.
I'd like to just reiterate what my husband had said last time we attended the board meeting 2 weeks ago, and that we have not really discussed the impact of the declining enrollment and how that impacts the multi-year plan. If we're cutting costs, why are we also considering substantially increasing security costs by $1.2 million? The slide that came up before that you did not discuss. You were discussing all of the cuts that were being made. There are still many unanswered questions. As for transportation, I agree with what you just said, and thank you for that. But we've decided as a family also to send our children to Catholic schools. The transportation allowance for 25 miles has been reasonably relied upon for families for over 30 years. Loretta Drew, who was here this evening, who had helped initiate this 25-mile radius, was here in support of discussing why and how that came into play over 30 years ago. There are no Catholic schools, no Catholic high schools within the constraint of the 15 miles. Our oldest daughter will be attending high school, Catholic high school this coming fall, and our son will also be attending the Catholic elementary school. It really saddens me that we're spending so much time discussing this when we're talking about the very minuscule amount of money for this transportation, and there are many other areas that have been discussed that we don't need to hash out again, but I am really not understanding why this is such a point of contention for our district when it has been in place for so long, and it's not really affecting or saving, it's not really saving any sort of teacher jobs or anything of the sort, so it feels like we are basically not being honest about what's actually happening. So I'd really love to have some clarity on the situation If that is what needs to happen because teachers' jobs will be saved, then that's what needs to happen. But if it's not, please don't lie to us and tell us that there's a possibility that jobs can be saved. Thank you.
The next speaker, the last name is Travers.
Kate, hi everyone.
Okay.
So many friends in this room, so many passions. But I just want to say, we have to make cuts. We have to cut everywhere. It's a recommendation for the state 15 miles. We're following recommendations for everything else we do educational-wise. We're cutting tenured teachers for 10 years, and we're considering busing kids far out of our district. My child is currently in 2nd grade, and he gets his homework on my phone because his teacher is not allowed to print out the spelling notes. So we're cutting everywhere. If we had the luxury to bus my friends' children to their beautiful schools, I would be behind it 100%. But we do not have the luxury to do that. We had the luxury of doing it for the last 30 years. That's wonderful. We can't do it anymore. What if it's 200 kids next year? What if it's 300 kids next year? Where does our budget stop? How long do we have to support this for? Because we can't support it. If we can bring it back in the future, amazing. But we can't now. We're cutting where we have to cut. We're cutting paper for 2nd graders.
I can get the first name and not the last name. David Gold. What's your last name?
David Goldman.
Thank you.
So, I came here originally to talk about this busing issue. And I do want to talk about that, but then this has been really eye-opening to me. I don't think any of you are actually getting these numbers right on the busing issue. If you look at this on a 5-year basis, from what I understand, we're losing $4.5 million of revenue, plus some increases. You're saving $4.5 million of expenses, and we're losing $3 million, $2.5 million of state aid. So the net here, you get $500,000 back in this budget year, right? That is true. In each subsequent year, you lose money, depending on the tax cap, it could be $800,000 to $1 million. But this is a bigger issue, which is, I work in the private sector. This is not budget. Borrowing money is not revenue. Looking at things on a 1-year basis is unbelievable. You need to look, you cannot say that you're getting paid back for something you did this year or next year, that's revenue next year. That's not revenue next year. You lose that entirely. I don't believe that this math is correct. I don't believe that this referendum is stated properly. I don't think it's honest. I don't think it's true. And I do not, but we talk about how complicated this is. I did some numbers, okay? From what I see, all of our rainy day funds are extinguished. We're borrowing $6.6 million this year. We're cutting 43 teachers to save $200,000. And if expenses go up at the same rate next year, if you don't cut more teachers, and there's no rainy day fund and no additional borrowing, the budget deficit is going to be between $16 and $18 million. So this thing is disastrous. And I think that the fact that we're talking about $9,000 on a presentation, this is, you are doing today exactly what Buck is problem in the first place, which is doing something that saves $500,000 next year with no understanding of what that does to the long-term budget, no understanding of how this rolls out year over year, looking 1 year at a time on a cash basis, calling borrowing revenue. This is a state takeover. This is a disaster. And this is a tiny, tiny piece of it. I don't even think it saves any money other than in 1 year. So next year, you go back and you say you don't get the state aid, you don't get the tax levy, and you save you get $900,000 less, you spend $900,000 less, and you get $500,000 less in state aid. That's a $500,000 loss in my house. So, and that happens forever. And this is the only issue I've researched. My guess is that this is happening up and down because moving dollars here and there,
And the comment goes to the point that we made a little earlier.
this is going to cost $1 million over the next 5 years, but save $500,000 in the first year because of some budget tricks. Is that what you want to do?
What about the expense of, say, half of the students no longer go to Catholic school, they come back to the school district? Only half that amount comes back.
If 40 of them come back and it's $10,000 a person, then that can eat it up anyway. But even beyond that, it's losing money. It's losing money because you're lowering your tax rate.
I'm gonna refer back to what Mr. Belmonte said before about incorporating more students. Well, given our declining enrollment.
I appreciate that issue. It's a great issue, but that's not my issue. This cuts the budget. The budget revenues at $900,000 this year, next year, the year after.
It's not the budget revenue. It cuts budget expenses by $900,000.
But it also cuts the taxes. We discussed that. It collects $900,000 less in taxes and spends $900,000 less. Is that correct?
Well, the difference is the $18,000.
I don't, but I'm saying I'm questioning that math is correct.
Okay, so.
And also, I don't know why we're remotely talking about a 2% annual increase when we're talking about 6.51 this year, and it's.
Well, that also gets into tax cap calculations that vary from year to year.
Right.
So this was kind of a hypothetical that they were answering.
I'm saying this is the problem. We need to be over these numbers and realize.
Sir, are you here as a teacher, parent?
I'm here as a resident and a parent of a private school.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President? Do you have any more questions?
Any more comments? None. Okay.
All right. I have a question on the whole concept. And where we are with this issue. And while I appreciate the information that Mr. Belmonte has been able to share and all the insight he's been able to give us from the onset of this fiscal crisis, he doesn't live in our community. And this is purely a community issue. And like I said, it was either the last meeting or the meeting before, that I had hoped that our district would start meeting with the real estate agents and the real estate agents to encourage the real estate agents to promote our district more and hopefully encourage some of the families and the real estate agents and the families of private school families to come to our district and learn why they are sending their kids to private school. Because we didn't know. I didn't think we knew. So, because as soon as this proposition hit the press, we started to learn why. And we started to learn that it was the real estate agents who were really encouraging people to move here because of the generous mileage limit that we had to the parochial schools, and that people had a right to want to educate their children with a faith-based education, and we gave them that opportunity, one that they had for 30 years. And somebody mentioned Loretta Drew, who's an institution in the Bellport community, the Bellport-Brookhaven community. And that's what brought me back to, Mr. Belmonte, with all due respect, very good at what he does, and everybody in here who lives in the South Country community can agree, our community is very unique, and people who don't live here don't really understand the uniqueness of our community. And so, where I too, as a board member, thought, gee, this is a way to save almost $1 million. This seems like a no-brainer. It's not, and it has me very perplexed right now, because the arguments that were raised here tonight present a very good issue, and a very tough issue, and issues that you know, when you talk about busing kids to private school versus our kids don't have paper in their classrooms anymore because management has made really bad mistakes over the last 2 years. What kind of decisions do we make? And the one thing that I'm resentful of right now in this very moment is that we haven't had very much time to really debate this issue and look at the long-term effects and the long-term decisions of what this really means. And I'm being really resentful of that. What time is it now? 11:33? And we have to make this critical decision at this period of time. And I ate dinner at 4:30 tonight. And my blood sugar right now is not really cooperating with me because I can't keep my eyes open to really think this through. And we have to make this decision tonight. What was that? It's insane.
You guys are making the decision to allow the community.
I think, Joe, and it's trustee, because I'd like to just state, again, the decision tonight is to allow the community to vote.
Now, I understand it's allowed the community to vote, but the comment was made also, it's going to divide the community. And that's exactly what it's doing. And this whole process.
But that's not dividing the
For 2 years.
community, is what the budget fiasco.
The budget fiasco is dividing the community, I
This is one of the
understand.
ramifications of what occurred. And I think what we have to do is let the community speak on behalf, whether they vote yes or no. I'm not going to put my public opinion, but it's got to be in the hands of the community, just like the teachers and all the other budget cuts that are going to be out there. This is just one component that the community has to make the decision, not us.
No,
That's a terrible option.
I'm just gonna disagree with Trustee Felicetta to the point that, not that it should or should not be put on there, but it's the conversation. And I think there were people that walked out of here tonight with at least answers that they have been looking for some time. So to that extent, I agree with Trustee Felice that you gotta ask answers. So maybe the answer is, for the short term, is that we need to have more sessions like this where the questions are permitted and people can ask those things. Because we have that necessity based on prior acts to rebuild that trust. So the conversation that, and I'm one side talking about paper, one side talking about transportation, others talking about people, and how that affects. Because I'm on this board less than a year. I had a pretty good financial background before, and I'm learning through this. So anybody who's sitting on the other side to see where we all make choices in our lives, right? Some kids need some extra help, other kids, we do with our own kids. The first one we sort of baby, the second one we're willing to give them anything that falls on the floor 5 seconds later. You know, we make those choices, but they are educated choices based upon our experiences. Nobody has experience with the school budget and the inner workings. So when issues like we have arise, it is not unreasonable to say the doors need to be open more, we need to ask more questions, and we need to be able to answer those questions. And throwing it out here at the last minute. I'm not saying paper's wrong, I'm not saying that transportation is an issue, school layoffs are anything, but everybody should be able to make an informed decision. You know, that I think is the issue that I have. So is tonight the last day that we have to make this simply because of our board schedule? Or if we had, and I'm just putting this out there, if we had a special meeting that was held, say on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, would that permit us an additional amount of time to consider the circumstances that are being discussed?
And I just want to do a point of clarification. So this was initially discussed in our budget advisory committee, and it was recommendations that we bring it forward to the board. I believe that happened a couple of presentations ago. And again, we're just proposing options. Again, we're not trying to guide the board or deviate in any one direction. It's just information. I can say, despite the complexity of the math, that long term, there is a cost savings associated with this. That's a factual statement. We'll be happy to provide more information. But I just wanted to make that point. And also just to speak in terms of the paper, because what we did is not eliminate paper altogether. We established quotas, which is a practice that's followed by a lot of school districts. Teachers have about 2,400 pages per month of the quota, and we have accommodations when more printing needs to happen. So that decision was made because in our first quarter of the fiscal year this year, we overspent our allocation for paper by about $30,000. So we're just trying to monitor the use of paper, so it's done just more deliberately, not to eliminate it. We need paper. We want to reduce screen time, it's part of our strategic plan, but we didn't eliminate paper altogether because we don't want people to have a forced impression of that.
So let's go back to a practical situation. If you're the board amenable to having a special meeting at the end of next week, either Thursday or Friday, I think schools are closed on the 20th. Is that correct?
What information are you gonna get between now and then? I think we need to.
Special meeting is just a month.
So I think what more information have we not been provided at this point? I'm sorry, what more information are we going to be provided from that point to now? I think it's got to be handed over to the community.
If there's a way to lay out the differentials for each of 3 to 5 years going forward, either with or without the transportation money.
But sorry, to Rob's point, right, the bottom line is, are we going to leave it up to the community to vote? Really, that's the question we're discussing, is it not?
Yeah.
Website, that it doesn't have to be a special
And then the community can make an informed decision on
that
that.
needs to be made, whether or not we're putting it before the community.
If we do have a special meeting, we have to be public.
I think, like Ms. Catalano said,
You've got enough information tonight to make a decision about whether this proposition goes on the ballot or not.
yes.
You think we have enough?
I think so too.
How are you guys making the decision if you can't really communicate the net effect over year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? It seems like we're all asking the same question. What is the net effect? And one side you're talking revenue and lost revenue, and then another side talking the expenses. If you're going to put it to a vote for us, and today you can't answer what the net effect is, how do you expect us to vote on it instead of it just becoming an argument amongst the community?
Right, so let me just say this, we attempted to explain it, again, I think it gets confusing. Long term, we talked about the impact on the revenue side, we talked about the impact on the expenditure side, we talked about the reduction of the tax levy and the impact on future tax levies, hypotheticals at 2%, 5%. I can say with certainty that over the long term, it doesn't represent cost savings. That's not to say.
Are you including the state aid in that calculation?
Excuse me?
Are you including the state aid in that calculation?
Yes, absolutely. So we can certainly provide a lot more information to the community before they have to sit and make a vote. Again, so we did provide the board with sort of the pros and cons. But again, I can say with certainty that the long-term effect of this is reducing our expenditures. There is a net savings. There is. And again, I'm not saying that to try to persuade anyone in any one direction. Trustee Felice's point, we certainly don't want to do anything that's divisive in our community. But our task is to present information. We presented it as best we could. It certainly took me some time to understand some of the points that were raised with regards to lowering the tax levy. That base tax levy is lowered forever. And also to try to understand the real impact of the net difference between having the proposition passed or not. If the proposition is voted on, to be put on the ballot, the community can still vote on the proposition, and you have meetings to talk about the impact on the budget. So that still can happen. I also want to say that Monty said, and I said earlier, this is a process. So we're presenting options to the board. Those options are going to keep getting modified as we go down this budget process. Again, the goal is to save as many jobs as possible. The goal is to minimize the amount of money we have to borrow for our deficit spending. And again, I take all the criticism and the comments that were made. I take it personally, obviously, as I said at the beginning. But one way we're showing our accountability is by bringing Belmonte in, to have a change in our business office, to have him provide the necessary training and changes in our processes so that when we move forward, the processes are a lot better. Because ultimately the goal is to never have this happen again. And even with regards to comments that I feel obligated to talk about with the Controller's Office, once we overspent the budget, we were obligated to contact the Controller's Office. Now I'm all for community activism, and I applaud the community for reaching out to the Controller's Office themselves. I think both can work in tandem, but we had an obligation, and we did so through our attorney first, to contact the Controller's Office. Mr. Belmonte reached out to the Controller's Office, and we set up a meeting with Ira McCracken, who's the top official here on Long Island. All these things need to happen in tandem. And I don't separate myself from the responsibility of what occurred over at least 3.5 years. Where this problem started happening, we can go back. I'm still waiting for the results of the forensic audit. We cooperated with that forensic audit with full cooperation and collaboration, including myself. I certainly hold myself accountable. At the same time, I'm holding myself accountable to work toward a resolution, to work with Mr. Belmonte, to listen to your input, because I do listen to your input. And everybody's making valid points. And to say that, our decisions are being made in the absence of appreciating the fantastic work teachers make, administrators make, our volunteers make, our football families make, our boosters, I think is a misstatement. All these people that we're contemplating accessing, it really is heartbreaking. I've got to know some of them. I got to know the impact they make on our school buildings. I've seen the interactions with students. When I take photos with students or staff members, it's to highlight the work teachers are doing. It's not my specific work. It's the work and the impact that you see in students' faces. And Clipper Pride is something that we shouldn't sort of degrade. Clipper Pride is something we still have to believe in, even as we meet these challenges. It's something that we have to embrace moving forward. So again, I can never compare my stress or anxiety levels with those of those families and people who are being affected by reductions in staffing cuts. But I do empathize and feel like this is really devastating. Trustee Philcetta said it was embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me too. It really is. So I came here with a charge to sort of change certain things in the school districts, and I've been working diligently toward that end. I feel terrible and accountable for what happened over the last 3 years because I failed to see it. Despite the questions I asked, despite the information, one of the things that Mr. Belmonte told me is to trust but verify. And certainly I have the skill set now to trust but verify questions. When you look at appropriations, when you look at treasurer's reports, you really have to dig deep. I don't have an accounting background. My background is in education, as a teacher, as an educator, as a community leader. And so again, I think you're right. We're getting caught up in a discussion about mathematics. I think it's going to be almost impossible for people to understand the long-term benefits of reducing transportation costs, but also we have to appreciate the impact it has in our families and our communities. Both are true. So what we did was present the board with options and information, and as an administrative team, we can't direct the community or the board to go in any direction. All we can do is present information. Surely my advocacy and my work moving forward is to right the ship, to get us financially stable. But I certainly don't want what's happening now to diminish the accomplishments we've had over the last 3.5 years. I apologize, I know it's late for me too, but I felt like I needed to say that.
So, I think we're going to call the question because I told the board a few minutes ago. Is Mr. Cushman still on?
administration recommends approval of item, hold on, I need some clarification, it'll be F2, correct? Thank you. The administration recommends the approval of the proposition, agenda item F2.
Item F2. Is there a motion to approve item F2? Vice President DeLillo, second. Trustee Calderon. And again, questions or discussions about this? My comment, this is just to get it on the ballot because of the time requirements for publication. All right, the motion was made, it was seconded. No other questions or discussion? All in favor of the proposition? Okay, I see 5, and I can't see, and I have any hands down for the 5. Is there a no vote? One no vote, and a second no vote? All right, so the motion carries 5 to 2. And then, next we have, we need, action on the legal notices. Well, wait, no, because what our clerk is telling us is it's the legal notice and we have to specify which one. So which option, with option 2, okay.
So the recommendation by the administration is to approve agenda item F3, option 2. That's the ballot proposition, including the proposition for the transportation change.
All right, is there a motion to approve F2, option 2? Trustee DeLillo, second. Trustee Felicetta. Questions, discussion, all in favor? 5. Any no votes? Is there no vote? And you got a vote? No, there's one no there. And I don't know who. Yeah. So you're gonna have a question? No. And then,
So Ms. Chris Ross was also a no vote.
so on F2, there were 2 no votes. F3, there was 1 no vote. F2 transportation, no.
I'll review the vote. So the legal notices, the vote was, and this was for option 2, was 6 yeas, including Mr. Caccini, and 1 no, that was Mr. Trustee Ross. Moving on, the administration recommends approval of
This is the one that seems to be.
treasurer's report. Yeah. I'll say cool.
The treasurer's report.
Okay, so the administration recommends approval, the acceptance or the approval of agenda item F4.
Okay, the treasurer's report for January 20th.
Which will be presented at a later date.
Right. Okay.
Motion.
So the motion is resolve the Board of Ed acknowledges receipt and review of the treasurer's report of January 2026 with the presentation to be made by the business office. At a later date. So receipt and review.
I thought on treasurer's report, the position was we were receiving the report.
We've been saying in review, which we have, because it's been in our documents, we've looked at it, but it will be presented to us with the explanation at a later meeting. Is there a motion? Motion by trustee DeWillow, second by trustee Calderon. All in favor? Let's see, it's unanimous for everybody here. Okay, with trustee Piscini absent for that vote. Now we're on G.
The administration recommends approval of curriculum items located in Schedule G1 and G2.
Is there a motion to approve item G1 and G2? Trustee Falsetta, second by trustee Ross. All in favor? It's unanimous for everybody here. Okay, we're
Moving
down
on to personnel, the administration recommends approval of personnel agenda items located in Schedules H1 through H6.
Is there a motion to approve H1 to H6? Trustee Felice, second, trustee Falsetta. All in favor? Unanimous for everyone who is present.
I'm sorry, I have to go back to the curriculum items. We missed G3.
Wait a second. Where?
G3 was the approval of the book value code.
We did 1 and 2.
Correct. So I just have to add G3.
That's the approval of 1 and 2. Right?
Not if you refresh.
Well, it comes up that that's what we voted on, 1 and 2. 3 is
It's only 1 and 2.
yeah.
My apologies.
Oh, okay.
The administration recommends approval of business items reflected in Schedules I1 through I6.
Is there a motion